There we go. Start streaming. Wow. See, we're doing a housekeeping stream today. Um, how much? Well, how much? It's not that many things to actually do, but you know. All right. 1 minute late. I know. I literally scheduled it the same minute. My bad. Anyways, yes. Technically, I am late. Technically, because I basically scheduled it in the past. Sorry, give me a second to clear my mouth. I just finished foodstuffs. I like to get the gunk. Flex the really weird circlet upgrade that I got. Okay, we'll look at it for a second. Just got off from housekeeping. Your turn. Yeah. We'll see what happens. The housekeeping that I want to do is relatively simple. I want to peruse my account. In particular, I haven't looked through my artifacts in a while, to both unleveled and leveled ones, to try to decide what actually needs to be kept or not. Oh gosh, need to, one second. There we go. Okay, just needed to drink water to clear my throat. What was it saying? Oh, lightning. Ryan, you're angry at yourself? Don't hit yourself. Is Raiden, is she? No, I mean, she doesn't control all lightning, but it does kind of feel like, thematically, if lightning hits Raiden, she is hitting herself, no? I don't know. Anyways, I want to do some account cleanup, and then normal Genshin daily things, of course, and I'm sure I'll get distracted with something. And then also part of cleanup for me, I actually have not finished Lantern Right yet on this account, and there's a new event. I do plan to finish this quest still, the epilogue part of the quest. I finished the main meat of it. But I also need to do like the core of it on my Polearm account as well. So yeah. Anyways, I haven't even done Eat Lua's trial quest, I'm sorry. Or trial quest. Trial whatever, I should do that too. Clean up. Things that need to be done to keep everything in order when it comes to this video game. So, and maybe we'll jump into, I know Enfield's endgame got added today, which is interesting, and I feel like my account is not going to be ready for that, but I have no idea. I have seen that you got P4 Gilberta. I talked about that the other day on stream. It was not something, I didn't particularly intentionally try to get that many copies of her. It was more just it was a chain of fuck it's and a lot of 50-50 wins. So, yeah. Anyways, I'll make a video on Enfield eventually. I didn't put the, god dang it. I didn't put the YouTube channel screen. There we go. Alright. Done. Ooh, headphone noises. How is your Raiden build in this team? She's on Serenade. One thing I kind of want to do in the future is test Raiden on 4-piece Night Sky, because obviously 4-piece Night Sky could be nice for Raiden for her personal damage, and I used that on her while I had Columbina on Serenade. And honestly, Albeid on Columbina was, while it's a significant increase to Columbina's damage, wasn't as massive of a team damage increase as I kind of expected. I expected a good, I don't know, 15k DPS increase, and I think I got more like a 5 to 10k DPS increase by putting Columbina on Albeid with Raiden on Serenade instead of Raiden on Night Sky and Columbina on Serenade. And that means I think it's fine if you still use Serenade on her. I do think it never really wants to be on Albeid though. And maybe part of the reason I saw that effect is because my Inefa build is too good. So she's doing so much of the team's damage that it's harder to notice the damage improvements from Columbina, maybe? I don't know. Anyways, the point is that Raiden can have different builds in this team, depending on what the builds are on your other characters. And Like, that's just non-cry teams in general, just to some extent. I mean, it's most teams in general to some extent nowadays because there's so many different freaking supportive artifact sets, which is one problem, by the way, that like worth taking a look at. It's like, okay, trying to go through your stuff and asking yourself, hey, is all these supportive artifacts that I was using last year, are these still relevant now? Because we're now, we're now, as an example, we're now at the point to know more confidently whether or not certain kinds of 4-piece like scroll artifacts, the Natland damage bonus set, right? Whether or not those artifacts are as worth keeping. And there's risks you would take in throwing away certain pieces, right? Because they can release a new Natland unit in the future that would likely have the ability to use it, and they can also be still relevant on like non-Natland characters, right? It's still relevant to have 12% damage bonus sometimes, but Jesus. Anyways, Raiden disagrees with putting Night Sky on her. She's like, "You'll only put me on Emblem and never use me in Stygian unless you want to be in pain." No. Look, Raiden, this is just what we do if we want you to be a character that utilizes your non-C2 kit to its fullest potential. We need to use you to drive other characters off field to do more damage, and that's fun. I like you that way. I also like you as a hybrid character with Dendro and stuff, but that doesn't work as well. I mean, it's fine. It still works okay, but it doesn't work that well nowadays. Yay for power creep effects. Yay. Cinder City good on Escoffier. I mean, you could use it. Like, I think some people underestimate the relevant, like, including maybe me. Frankly, like, my Skirk does enough of the team's damage with a C1 R1 Skirk that it would not surprise me if it was better to put Escoffier on a buffing set in some team contexts. The problem is that buffing set would change depending on what exact Skirk team I'm playing, right? So if I play Skirk, Farina, Escoffier, Charlotte, I have Charlotte on Noblesse, I have Farina on Tenacity. That could be a context where, yeah, a 4-piece scroll might actually unironically be the play on one of the characters. Because I could put like Tenacity on Escoffier and that, whatever, right? You get the point. But it's like that's annoying. Then when I start getting into, okay, what if I do play Seat Lolly or Mualani with Skirk, right? Well, then they're going to be on scroll, obviously, because they're a Natlan character that can get the full 40% bonus. Duh. And then again, Farina on Tenacity. Escoffier could be on Noblesse, I guess, and that might be ideal. So it's just an annoying circumstance of, like, now I gotta be tweaking builds around for every single damn team. So Escoffier for me is just a character that's easier and more convenient to default to Golden Troop. And I rarely need to min-max my Skirk. And, like, I have so much improvement that I need to do on, like, how my Skirk gameplay actually looks before I feel like it's important to min-max Escoffier's build more. But, and I, to be clear, have her min-max quite significantly around her doing meaningful skill damage while also being able to burst her rotation if I need to by putting an ER timepiece on her. I can also put an attack timepiece on her, though, and let her just, do more damage. So that, for example, is a pretty good well-rounded build. But yeah, I would really like if Varka ran, like, to be clear, this doesn't mean I necessarily want to go to Pity twice. Like, I don't know what the ideal circumstance will be. I don't have that many Primogems, but I'm literally at Pity, and there's time left in this patch to get some more wishes still. But for Vorka, Mr. Drunk, I think the ideal for me would be if he ran with Escoffier, and then first 10 pull, I get Escoffier's signature weapon, and then go to Pity and get Varka's signature weapon. That would be the ideal. In many ways, I think Escoffier's weapon would be more beneficial for my account than anything else running next patch. Because I've definitely had plenty of things where I'm just like, yep, it could be a cool weapon to have on Eonson for min-maxing the potential things. It's a cool weapon because Escoffier's weapon, the main polearm units that heal and have team comps in a way that I'd say opens up options and just more buffing potential, yay, is polearm. is obviously Escoffier herself, yes, but again, same story I said before. I don't really think very often I need my Skirk to do more damage, but it's a nice option if I feel like I want it. Anyways, you heal, so it's actually an interesting option for you. Not that compelling of an option. Like if I ever get C6 Meekers, wait, is it not? No, sorry. I think it's C5 Mika is the one that's needed to make him have an amount of attack speed that reaches a breakpoint that matters for Skirk. I'd be down to do things with attack speed with Skirk. But I think you do need his first level up constellation, which is C5, not technically C6. So, live stream reaction bar, that is the plan. The plan is to wake up a little early and do that. But yeah, anyways, Escoffier, Mika, Yaoya can technically use it, but she doesn't have a lot of team context where it's super important because if you're playing Dendro, you oftentimes care a little bit less about attack stats, but it's not useless. Yeon-Song can use it, Shivers can use it. They're the two big ones in my mind. And then obviously Escoffier can use it too. So I think Escoffier's weapon is a really, really good weapon. But, yep. Anyways, should fight this quick. Speaking of Skirk. We will use Skirk quick because I value my sanity. Oh, should I add another I'm gonna add another team. Speaking of cryo. Character limit exceeded.
What exactly is teamwork?
Where is he? There he is.
Give me a moment to compose myself.
What is your multiplier? Additional element damage 30%. Let's go. I mean, it doesn't matter. If he cryo infuses, if Venti cryo infuses with Shenhe, then Shenhe flat buff applies to Venti burst damage. What happened to not streaming today? I wanted to stream where I could wake up. And I was gonna log in and do Genshin dailies anyways. So it was gonna F it. Free Varka, yeah. Surely Varka is free. Rationally used to be at Melt Mav levels of WoW Metaslave and now riding his own Silken Moon. Yeah. Yep. You need additional investment on Raiden at this point. Like C2 at minimum and a really good build to meaningfully use her in Stygian at least. It's horrible anti-Raiden content basically at a baseline because of how Raiden's kit works. And the last two slots here, we'll let the last slot be a mystery. That's the but you know, also there's alternatives to this slot, you know. There's options to do this. There's options to do Lanyon, actually. You know what? I'll throw Lanyon there for now. How can I not? Particularly because I have Seat Lolly's signature weapon, which is damage bonus. Damage bonus means more value from Shenhe flat buff. And Cryo Lanyon damage should be pretty good here too. So, yeah. Anyways. Free Varka is just copium at this point, or is it actually going to happen? I mean, I think it's copium, probably, but like, I don't know. I have more specific thoughts that I can't talk about for reasons. And I don't know. I have no idea. But anyways, Animo slot here is flexible. We use Shenhe. An Animo that can take advantage of Shenhe buff to do some cryo damage is, I think, the ideal. And then we put in a second cryo unit. And that second cryo unit, now if I'm using Lanyon, I don't think this is relevant, but I think one of the more fun options is, unironically, probably, where are you? It's Layla. Like,
my mind is completely blank. I need to get out and unwind.
If there ever were a time where Layla were worth building damage on, it's with Shenhe. Double shield. Well, so no. If I'm using Layla, I'd probably use Venti instead, to be clear. Right? I don't know why I would use Layla without with Lanyon. That kind of seems pointless. I think Lanyon is who I'd maybe consider using with Mrs. Escoffier. And Mrs. Escoffier would be most worth using here again, with her signature weapon. But, like, without a Scophia signature weapon, right, without a way to, like, get an additional buff for her, in this team context, because the last slot, hypothetically, just pretend it's someone else, the last slot, if we put in a Scophia here, right, it's only 2 cryo units, right? So Scophia's buff is like not like it's just her skill damage, right? And then her buff for Hydro and Cryo Red Shred is going to be 10%. And like 10% Red Shred is not nothing, but it's also like the main reason to put a Scophia in the team is just because she'd be a healer and she'd be doing damage, not necessarily the Red Shred, I would say. And Layla, you can put on Tenacity, will have higher like speed cryo hits for the likes of clearing bosses like the Cryo Automaton, right? And then we'll give you a shield to let you use, you know, in theory, a stronger unit to most players' accounts, at least. Like, my Lanya might be stronger than him on my account, but that's a little bit of an exception, right? But, you know, yeah, so I think Layla's a very compelling option. I think for me, I'd probably still use a Scophia.
Utensils at the ready.
But I don't think the difference between a Scophia and in this team context, as far as like, if I did use Lanyan, would be very high between the Scophia, Rosaria. Honestly, actually, wait, Chungin's kind of interesting.
My demon expelling mantra is ready.
You have 20-second rotations, right? Yeah. Huh. H is hard tonight. Is it what? Is there a Star Rail update? That's weird. It's when are they on Fridays or Thursdays? Any suspicions for Chronicle Wish? I think there's a good chance. Do you start characters that are built, or how are they characters that are your favorite? Sorry, can you rephrase the question? You start characters that are built? Like, do I just build characters and then decide if they're my favorite? I mean, no, but yes. Like I will build characters that I think have interesting ideas for fun, unique teams for whatever reason I can think of for something fun to do with them, right? And then oftentimes after they're built, I will find more reasons that they're fun than I initially expect even, right? Based on just understanding, because I originally go into a character trying to understand their kit, like the hypothetical that we're talking about today. But after I actually use the character, I oftentimes will be like, oh, this works even better than I expected, and I quite like it. And that makes me like the character more. So, more believable cope than a hot waifu? Maybe, yeah, I don't know. ZZZ was also weird this patch. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, I'm planning to stream tomorrow for the Genshin live stream. And also hopefully we'll have a video out that comes out after the Genshin live stream. So what might end up happening is I stay up I stay up late working on, oh god, the timeline for my I don't know. I do plan to stream tomorrow. Anyways, Chungin is interesting because cooldown reduction, right? So C2, 15% cooldown reduction, and he can do a little bit of damage. I don't think he has the same value against like the Cryo Automaton, but not factoring in that specific enemy as a factor. Factoring as a factor. Reducing rotation time to 18 seconds might be relevant, because he could burst every rotation on her. I don't know. That could be interesting. I'm not sure. I think I'd be more inclined towards Rosaria, maybe, because one of the, I think, the interesting things you can do with this team format with is, you know, you have cryo resonance. Wait, what? Why is it not showing? I don't know why it's not highlighted, but afflicted by electro for 40%, that doesn't matter. But increases crit rate against opponents that are frozen or affected by cryo by 15%, right? So in this team context, your enemies should pretty much always have cryo on them. And then that means you get 15% crit rate from that. And then if you get Rosaria's crit rate buff, that means you get a lot of free crit rate. So if we're assuming a certain character, well, actually, maybe this is too much free crit rate. Like if we assume his, I don't know, who am I talking about? If we assume a signature weapon, and then of 33.1 crit rate, plus 5% crit rate, plus 20% free crit rate. That's 58% crit rate at a baseline. Plus 15 from Cryo Resonance, plus up to 15 from Rosaria. We have 88.1 crit rate at a baseline. That means that the new artifact set might not be ideal here. Shimenawa's might be ideal. What do my Shimenawa's artifacts look like? Oh yeah, I don't have four characters. That does explain it. Here, let's look at my Moika build. So, also, what do my Cryo Goblets look like? Yes, she was already set to Cryo Goblet because I may have been looking at it very briefly yesterday. Should probably level that. Okay, yeah, I don't really have anything heavy in crit damage. I mean, I could level these, obviously. This doesn't have crit damage, but it has a good amount of other stats. So, I just noticed, by the way. Sorry, YouTube, I was ignoring you. Because it wasn't refreshing. Let me fix that. Okay. Oh wait, no, it wasn't refreshing. What? I could have sworn it wasn't refreshing. Okay, never mind. Well, whatever. Okay. I don't even know how many people are watching the YouTube stream, but another part of the reason of testing this kind of like stream is to see how many people join in for a YouTube stream that doesn't have any specific topic. Because normally when I do this kind of stream on YouTube, nobody watches them. I'm just gonna actually, you know what? I'm gonna go check. I don't normally look at my viewers very often in general, actively throughout a stream anymore. I think it's just more enjoyable to not. But I bet I have like definitely less than 100 viewers in the stream right now. Where's my tab? Yep, 60A. I'm not surprised. Which compared to peak YouTube days for me is comically low. And the amount of revenue I get from YouTube live streams is so comically as low as well. That's kind of not worth doing. But anyways, it's still worth experimenting. Hello, thank you for the YouTube peoples that are watching. So keep ignoring them. The best 68 though. Yeah, exactly. But no, I do think YouTube tends to lurk a little bit more, to be clear. But yeah, Varka being free standard more likely than a Bloodborne PC being announced in half an hour. What I'm gonna guess this is something you know about. I don't know what the Bloodborne PC thing is, but anyways, what is Shimenawa's? This is another. Oh, I already had it selected. Well, that's a bad sign. I already had it selected. I didn't see them. Oh God, they're all the way down here. I mean, that's if I want the E. Well, no, ER is pointless in Shimenawa's. I mean, that's good. It's a good 3-line piece, but like up to the standard of what my artifacts look like as a whole on my account at this point, I feel like my 4-piece Shimenawa's build, if I tried to do it, would still struggle to beat a you know, a 2-piece build, or even an overcapped of the new set build. But I could be wrong, because it's just a problem. Like the crit rate might do nothing, right? And damage bonus might do a lot more in context of than attack percent stats in general, in context of the cryo team especially, right? And trying to think how to min-max a certain character's damage to push the limits there is, I think, interesting and worth exploring a little bit. If only that had attack percent. I know I used that for a while as an off-piece circlet on some characters, and it's good, but not the right kind of good, and this almost surely is not what I'd want. So, yeah, I do have an onset Pyro Goblet. Yeah, I feel like I might want more Shimenawas. Frick. So that's another reason to go. No, I forgot I was in this menu. That's another reason to do things, so. Anyways, the lantern right into it. Where is Squirk? There she is. Pap. Oh, is the PlayStation State to play soon? I see. I see. Farazan works well with Cinder City? Yeah. And like Farazan being relevant on Cinder City is one of those examples of, okay, probably. Oh, also, I just realized, Sylveon, remind me in a second to look at your Skirk circlet. I totally forgot. I didn't need to do that, but whatever. It wasn't just YouTube that caused that, by the way. It's fine. Anyways, what was the thing? I don't remember. We okay, great. Now I just want to farm Gemini artifacts, but looking through my artifacts will allow me to. Okay, this is just gonna die from that. Oh, what? This one. There we go. Sonic 06 remake. HSR 4.0. I don't play 8-star anymore, but I mean I'll log in to be clear. I'll log in and claim my free Sporkle. Supposedly there's a free Sporkle. Stop it! Give me energy. Okay. Yep.
They're all getting rather dreary.
Allow me, darling.
Oh my god, I'm gonna kill them both at the same time? That never happens! Oh my god. Holy. Alright. Crazy. I claimed Don Hung? I did. I did uninstall the game recently though, because I needed more storage space on my phone. I don't even play games on my phone. I just have like Zenless and Genshin installed on it for convenience of doing dailies sometimes. And so for the convenience of doing dailies, I had to uninstall Star Rail, which I hadn't played in a while, to be clear. But I had installed it to like claim the Dan Hung and whatever, and the Archer. Anyways, these are not the pieces I need for Cube Game. Also, so, yep. Emblem domain. Honestly, like, I do okay. I need to farm more. Like, I have how much time is there? I have 11 days.
However fearsome the lightning may be,
That should be
its
plenty of
wrath
time,
is
right?
limited to the realm
I need to
beneath
farm
us.
more
The high heavens
and
above remain clear.
talent materials. And it is the talent material day that I should be farming right now. Is there an event schedule? Where's the event schedule posted? Hua Hua meta incoming? Interesting. I never got Hua Hua. But yeah, Sylveon, can you give me your UID again? Which I guess I can, well, no, I can't, because event. I'm trying to, like, approximate how much more, I will end up get, or talent materials I will get from, like, can I go and farm Emblem today, of all things? Because I kind of need more Emblem artifacts, too. And if I have reason to have Shimenawa artifacts now, I don't know. I was so busy being Enfield endgame, that's fair. Alright, we do have Leyline Overflow soon? Okay, good to know. Like, I should probably just go in. If we have Leyline Overflow soon, then I should probably go and farm these. Prepare for that. Okay. Okay. I will do another weekly boss, though. Get some Dream Solvent, hopefully. And Ascension Crystals, maybe. Since clearly the game is trolling me, and I'm gonna have to use some. Most likely. I mean, I'll have another one I can farm next week, but... here? Yeah. God, freaking 16 queens. I mean, at least it gave me knights when I didn't have them. That's something, but... To convert one of my 17,000 queens... I guess I already have enough if I factor in just not caring about using my Dream Solvent, but, you know. Anyways, thinking farm one more weekly boss, and then we just use our resin here for the day. But I also kind of really want to do Shima now. Like, how goated would it be if I went and spent 120 resin in the Shimenawa's domain, and the domain, like, gave me an improved attack timepiece, yo. Like, this is a surprisingly decent piece for only having 2 crit rolls, to be clear. I think it was double crit max roll. It's actually an ideal reroll target with, like, a 4-line guarantee for that reason, potentially, but, you know, it could be better, obviously. I'd be much happier if it was a 3 crit roll piece. So, Yeah. Don't do it. I don't know. I'm immediately distracted on what I want to prioritize for cleaning up, because it's also worth mentioning I could just straw box Shimenawas by cleaning up some artifacts, right? So, you know, let's go over here quick. What bosses give Animo crystals? I assume you do. You give Animo, Electro, and Hydro. Okay. You don't give Animo crystals? Okay. Is Storm Terror the only one that gives Animo crystals? Am I really gonna go farm Storm Terror? Oh my god. Guys, I'm gonna go farm Storm Terror. Devolin and Scaramouche only. Okay. What do you want? What should we do? Should we fight Storm Terror or should we fight Scaramouche? What's the name of it? Just hire a cleaning lady. No. I'll do my cleaning myself. I am the cleaning lady. Okay, I do want to still farm Golden Troop to fix Chiori. She's just gonna be a little broken for now. Oh well. Shimenawas. Timepiece or circlet. Sick. Yep, that's exactly what I meant. Scaramouche? Sure. Let's go fight Scaramouche. Who is this? Is this a viewer? No. They were spamming through things. Okay. Mr. Scaramouche, let's go. And it's going to give me a big fat... You know what? If it gives me a big Animo crystal, I will go spend the rest of my resin today in the Shimenawa's domain. Because that would be a sign to me. And then we'll get to... I would rather use a different team. But no, I do. I want to switch to it. Yeah, whatever. Now, maybe with friendship XP. I'm gonna leave. Yes, crystal situation for everything is awful. This boss doesn't require anything. Wait, no. No, I think Animo's fine at it, right? Sucrose will be fine at it, right? I can use this team, right? Because I can get I only need friendship XP on Columbina here. And Sucrose maybe. I don't know if I'm friendship 10 on Sucrose. Yeah. Newer bosses really have Animo. I mean, apparently older bosses didn't really either. They just hate Animo, guys. They just hate Animo. Hello, boy. Hey, does he have electro resistance? Probably won't matter to be clear, but...
Be more human.
Defensive mode engaged. Annihilation mode.
Absorption test.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if he does. Did Yuki just delete a message? Sorry. Does he not have a unique voice message for Raiden? Apparently not.
I am the all-knowing.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Ah.
Burn to oblivion.
Stand clear.
Storm Tower would have been a little bit quicker. That's for sure. Well, anyways, you didn't read, so I deleted it. Okay. Well, I did not see it in time. I saw the Lamau Yuki, and then I looked for it, and I didn't see it. Okay. Oops. Oh, I should grab these. Also, I totally forgot you're supposed to do this. It's been a while since I fought this dude, okay? I'm sorry. It actually might have been a year.
Reality is pain.
Reality is pain, guys. Alright. He's such a 14-year-old. Dude's been around for 700 years and he just never grew older than 14. Alright. We have our big Rod and Burst screenshot in 2026. Okay, I'll try to kill it on Rod and Burst. It's gonna be a little tricky though. Because I think it just might instantly die from like one Nefa and Columbina damage proc. But if we don't burst a Columbina or a Nefa, no chance. Okay. Ow, oh my god. We almost died.
Good riddance, cruel world.
Animal test 6308.
Oh god. I was slightly wrong on Sucrose's ability to do this. Oops. I can't see. Okay, we still got it. Good job, Sucrose. Sucrose the goat, as always. Alright. So we do this. Do this.
Stand clear.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Right into Jericho. Oh god.
I was destined for more.
Lunar Charge suboptimal due to cloud cover. Yeah. Yeah. I can't explain with typing, but it's really funny. Alright. Well, we didn't get a big animal crystal and not a single damn dream solvent either. Screw you, game. Alright, then that's fine, I guess. ER timepiece. Wow. I mean, ER timepiece on instructors is something you do need. I would say at least one of, but I already have one. Look at my skirk now. That is true. That is true. I should do that. I kept forgetting. We're looking at your skirklet, I believe. I did remember that much at least. Browser. Didn't work by default. What about now? App. And as always, the goated Lisa and Squark. A relatable Skirk, as we can see. Oh, she's on MH now. Nice. And you have her on that off-piece timepiece. No, that's a decent timepiece, I would say. And that's a really weird circlet. Okay, I see. So this is a 4-line attack circlet that rolled all into crit. Interesting. Is this? I assume this was an improvement for your Skirk. Like I've run a little bit of the numbers before, and I have thought that if I got like a perfect attack circlet, it would have a very good chance of being better. So from 10k to top 500 Akasha, yeah, I kind of believe it. You know, with her Sig weapon, it can definitely have the same similar situation as like Columbina with her Sig weapon. HP circlet suddenly becomes pretty good. So yeah, very nice. Side effect of you know, a whack ton of crit damage. Also, even more so with your Skirk, right? 'Cause well, I don't know. You get you get a lot more crit damage. But anyways, yeah. Only level 95. Yeah, clearly Sylveon does not wail enough. Start to get diminishing returns with attack on Sig. I think yes, but also no. Like, attack stats are still pretty damn good. So, anyways, like, if you have a good enough attack circuit, you should consider using it. So, yep. Alright, how many runs of this do I have to do? On average, I get like 2 guild. Probably a lot. Probably a lot. Especially because I'm going to want to level the burst. And I just want artifacts, though. But fine. We'll do the smart thing. Happy Chinese New Year. Is today Chinese New Year? Can you realize? Nice. Yes, if so, happy Chinese New Year to anyone celebrating. Also, I hate this domain. I totally forgot about it. It's fine. I'll have to switch to farming with Lanyan, I guess.
Absorption test.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I guess The game just does not want to let me farm content. It's going to let me get Collimated talent materials.
Shine down.
Preparing for dust up.
Torn to oblivion.
Random goals, like collecting 160 wolf hooks. Yeah, it's true. We should randomly have that be a goal for ourselves as well. Can I, please? Oh my god, this domain.
Surge. A moonlit night for
Yay,
all.
cryo shields.
Whoa, Mark 2. Stand clear.
Did they even, when they did the domains, like they made them less annoying, did they even touch this domain? I don't remember.
Illusion
I think they did. Because it used, no, yeah, they did. Because it used to spawn like 5 quadrillion icicles, right? Like, it's less annoying, but still awful. And it still forces you to completely change your team if you want to. I hate talent farming, man. I hate talent farming when this... Whatever. It's funny. It's because we weren't using... Whatever. Remove the stamina drain and the icicles. Yeah, it's still just overly tedious and doesn't change the fundamental issue that you are forced to... For just generic farming content, you're forced to change to specific teams. And it's annoying. But, I mean, that ship sailed 5 quadrillion years ago, so whatever, I guess. What is my preferred team for this? I guess at this point, it's probably just Lanyon, yeah. So I guess we're losing Lanyon for a little bit. And I mean, like, just in general on my account, like, I'm just gonna leave this team as the default for now. Yep. Yeah, seems a little nicer. And we do this. And then we do this. And then we do this. And that is a little bit of farming. That's a little bit faster for farming. Just a little bit faster. Ow, ow, ow.
Everybody stand back.
Have fun with this gift.
We do this. We do this.
Bye.
We do this.
Up and away.
Goodbye. Lanyon do Dire? I mean, yes, but no, because Dire is cringe and hyper shows specific team archetypes. Thank you for having one damn run that didn't do minimum drops. I appreciate it. So, yep. Footage of 1.5 of this and massive cooldowns on skills. Yeah. The fact that they originally thought that increasing cooldowns was a good idea. It's kind of crazy, since it just made characters feel not fun to play in, like, anyway. Why did I click on this? Oh, I know why I clicked on this. Do a quick looky. So that gave me 20. That's like, oh boy. I'm going to have to spend. And Yai, like I was checking if like Yai can convert things away. I don't think she has any reasonable chance to convert much, but sure, let's try it. It's the wrong one. I almost said yay. No, sad. Please, Yai, convert. Damn it. Okay, whatever. Yai gave me nothing. That is like Yai, so oh well. To shill Eula, apparently. Oh, yeah. They could also shill Eula by running Eula. That'd be crazy, though.
Thank you for add Astro.
Oh, I meant to add a new community reward for point redeem for the cats. Because I realized on top of, I could do an extra, because I was trying to think of like what makes sense for expensive rewards. Churus are treats I don't give the cats very often, but they're, one, because the treats are expensive, two, I don't want to give them churus. I don't want the cats to expect they're getting churus very often. They're meant to be once every so often treats, so maybe as an expensive treat reward, I'll do a give cats a churu. But it'll be like 20k to 50,000 points. Because I do not want to have to give a freaking churu to my cats every single stream. But anyways. Did you craft ballad books? I mean, there's nothing to craft right now. I need Well, I guess I could craft, to be clear, I could have crafted 2 silvers. Like, oh wait, ballad. Why the hell do I need ballad? Wait, I thought, no. It's freedom, right? What are you talking about with ballad? Yeah, no, it's freedom. I don't know who you're talking about ballad for. Anyways. Bankrupt the streamer, yeah, right. So, anyways. Where should we start for the day? Where should we start for the day? Should we log into polearms only, do polearms only first? So we can do this quick. That's, I guess, included in cleanup. Yeah. Wait, sorry. Geo-related buffs. Sure. That seems like a misleading summary for him at a baseline, but sure. Yeah. This is technically true, but again, misleading. This should be bolded. Like the first 8 lines can basically be ignored until this line. Wonderful, because that's how they balanced him. Yeah, okay. Well,
They say that the calmer things seem on the surface.
at least it didn't seem
danger
that
lurks
misleading.
in the
Wait,
shadows.
sorry. Pre-download what? Oh, for Star Rail, yeah. Is the free character immediately free, by the way? Geo damage dealt by a... Yeah, okay. No, okay. So the phrasing here is the same as in his kit. Okay, just make sure. Making sure they didn't actually mislead and say that the lunar reaction damage gets increased. Zibai is literally in his trial. Yeah, okay. Oh, he buffs Geo damage. Yeah, sure. Meanwhile, his trial includes Zibai. Yeah, go over here. So... Hello? Oh, I had to run out. That makes sense.
Foolish and ignorant.
Really? That's fine. Bam!
In my sights.
Eat little damage. Crazy. Alright, and they're done dog trial. Well, I think I have, I just didn't remember it since they did the change. I've never been here before. Well, welcome, Shayla. We're cleaning today. Well, by cleaning, so the very exciting content of going through artifacts, and then we'll be doing a little bit probably of event completion on my polearm account, which is also cleanup, I would say. Follow my lead. Bap, bap. Dog. Do you. God, how floaty you are when you burst. Honestly, how floaty Ningguang is when she bursts, kind of... Well, I don't know. Maybe you can cancel the animation. I don't know. She feels like she has almost a 5-star burst animation. 1 golem. Alright. Why do they have a Bennett here, by the way? I guess Ningguang benefits from it.
Don't waste my time.
That's fair. Get him, Goro. Good job. Alright. I got a neat Lua upgrade, too, today. Nice. 19 crit rate goblet. Alright, then. Jesus. Claim this. Not earlier we made those? Oh, yeah. Sorry. So, yeah, I made those with Yai because I was trying to get a refund. Because I didn't think I was going to need the other Mondstadt books. If I do need the other Mondstadt books, it'll probably be fine, right? The only character... Wait. Please tell me Razor. The only other Mondstadt character I'm most likely... unless I got constellations on certain ones, like Mika or Dahlia. In which case, I would want stuff like Ballad. Or... a Ballad. Is Razor, who uses resistance. So, yeah, that's fine. Thankfully, the Duke does not use any of the materials for characters I would care about. Wonderful. Sar is an interesting character with Duke, by the way. We'll see. There'll be lots of things to play around with when he comes out. Anyways, wonder which Amphireus character will be free first? Wait, there's different ones that are free at different times? Oh, sorry. Do you mean just like as an Amphreus like characters from last year that they'll eventually give for free because they're not very good anymore or something? Anyways, free characters available on patch release. Do you want Sparkle for Archer? I already have Sparkle for Archer. I'll get a dupe copy of Sparkle for Archer. Not that like I actually give a shit about clearing endgame in a way that actually matters at all, but I may as well claim it. Why not? Anyways, I would have preferred like a free Hua Hua if I wanted like more compelling comfort options, I feel like, but anyways, if I was ever actually going to seriously play the game again, which I don't think will happen other than maybe for story. Star Rail, that is. In case anyone's not aware. So yeah, okay, let's go vibe somewhere. I know the place. I know the place. Let's go vibe somewhere. I just heard something fall to the ground. I wonder what creature did that. Also, speaking of creature, that's adorable. Also, I should open my window. I live in Minnesota, by the way, and it is 45 Fahrenheit out right now. That's crazy. Winters in Minnesota just don't exist anymore. They just don't. Like, we just don't have any, like, sustained cold other than, like, for 2 weeks. It's crazy. Whatever. Look at this creature. Free cat cam for you. Anyways, typical Minnesota. I mean, back in my day, I swear, I swear it didn't used to be this fluctuating, but I'd have to look at actual data to confirm that belief or not. Anyways, cute kitty, yes, he's wonderful. Yoink. Alright. Plop. Down in the seat. And now, where do we start? So, that is the real question as always. Where to start with artifacts. So, where we should start is actually, I think, with just taking a peek-see at, like, here, we're just going to an enhanced screen of any artifact. Taking a peek at level 0 artifacts. And being like, okay, is this relevant to keep? And this, I don't think will take me much time because I'm pretty aggressive with actually regularly checking these anyways. On a level of, like, okay, do I actually need to keep this? And this one actually is an example of I feel like I shouldn't have to. Like, real quick, I should have, wait, do I not have an EM circlet in Deepwood? Okay. So, things to jot down. We'll have to check for an EM circlet quick. And this is the kind of piece that's like, okay, right? Is there a reason to keep this at this point in my account? You might say, yes, in case there's a def scaler that releases. But I have good off-piece def percent timepieces at this point, right? That are better than this. So, therefore, then, the question becomes, is this a relevant on-set piece? What are you trying to do, sir? Oh, it didn't turn on in time. Dang it. The moment the camera turns on, he pretends he didn't commit any crime. But he just, like, went up there and then was like, poke. Oh. Is he just staring at the ceiling? Meowing. Okay. Hello, Mohad. 8 inches of snow in North Carolina for the first time since 1989. Wow. I still rarely see EM circles that I keep, even the pure dog poo ones. Yeah. Alright. Anyways. So like, yeah, this is the kind of piece at this point. Why would I keep this, right? EM main stats in Deepwood is interesting, but realistically, why? Like this piece I'll definitely keep because ER good on a 4-line piece. You never know. I mean, this is the kind of piece, to be clear, that if I had XP, one of the things to do would be to level it up. I so badly wish this had Zenless' system for foddering, where like I could freely level things up and then still strongbox them at the end and get the XP equivalent back and not have to worry about it, kind of thing. And also just the XP economy for leveling shit in Zenless is so much better than Genshin. And you can even directly farm the XP leveling materials if need be to help with problems if you have too many pieces to level up, but it usually just isn't a problem because they just get, the XP economy is just better in general. Like you don't have to do as much active cleanup in Zenless because of the XP economy, whereas in Genshin I think it's kind of necessary. So anyways, real quick in Deepwood, let's go. So this, I think I can just make the decision of get rid of this, right? This is probably a get rid of, but I'm going to go double check EM circlets quick. This, I will double check EM timepiece, and this is probably a similar story where like, I don't know. Like, let's check HP timepieces in general real quick as off pieces. Like my Columbina has one right now, but this is basically a perfect piece, but no ER. This piece is really good. This piece is really good. This piece is really good with ER, but not a lot of ER. This piece has EM. Okay, and this piece is ridiculous CV. Okay, so I don't have... Oh, I do have this. Okay, never mind. I was going to say I don't have an HP timepiece that has, like, a good chunk of ER, but I do, actually. And it's crit rate ER, even. So as far as, like, off-piece HP timepieces go, is there a reason to keep this one? I think there is still, because Deepwood's a weird set that might have reason to be put on HP scalars, and it could be an on-set timepiece. So I think I'm going to keep that piece. I don't think there's enough value gained from throwing it away, but you know. Real quick though, let's go look at Nahida. So yeah, your EM timepiece currently is fine. This is that's a thing that exists. But realistically, what does this piece do for me? Nothing. So that can be trashed. Yeah, we have ER timepieces. Yeah, I do have an EM circlet. It's on Lauma. So the reason to keep this EM circlet is if I want to be able to put like Lauma and another character on full EM Deepwood at the same time. I see. And that's probably why I kept it for so long. But like, do I ever actually want to level this up? I feel like the answer is no. Especially because I have an onset cope EM goblet already. And then I can do an onset timepiece. I have multiple EM timepieces. And I can do an off-piece circlet. So I think there's no need to keep that circlet. So, yep. Shouldn't you keep any double crit anyways? No. Exactly. Okay. Again, let's be real. Ask yourself for a second. Like in the case of the def percent timepiece that I unlocked. Let's go... Here, I actually think I had Traveler because I put a hypothetical Z-Buy build on them. Here. I have this piece as an off piece, for example. Right? This is 36, 40, 42 CV. So this is high enough CV with an ER roll that unless I'm overcapped in crit rate, to be clear, which is a factor, there's no way I get a better def percent time piece than this, essentially, as a 3-line piece. As a 4-line piece, I mean, sure, yeah. But you gotta realize that at a certain point, your account ends up getting artifacts that you shouldn't default to just keeping every single double crit piece. If it's not likely to ever do anything for you, what's the purpose of keeping it? What's the purpose of wasting XP leveling it up in the first place? But to be clear, sure, as a sanity check, let's go check other pieces. We'll swap our crit damage, crit rate. Not filter. So you see we have this. This is a really good Noel piece. It's an onset piece. With MH at least. This is a pretty damn good piece actually on this set too. Flat def is probably the only other ideal stat most of the time. Well, other than like Z-Buy who likes EM. Another piece that's ridiculous, right? For a number of units. Oh yeah, this weird piece. I forgot I got this for Giori. And like, emblem is a weird one. I'll keep the emblem one. There's another double crit high roll piece with attack percent. There's a 4-line piece. There's a 4-line piece. I realized I had so many 4-line. Like, look how many. Yeah, okay. Look how many 4-line def percent timepieces I have that I have never had. Okay, in fact, I'm even gonna get rid of this one, because I don't think I'm gonna get Z-Buy at this point. Like, actually, in fact, I'm gonna unlock this too, because this is the attack percent set. Let's be real. This would only be an off piece, not an on-set piece. So I guess in theory this could be an Albedo piece. I know. I'm sorry, but no. Albedo, if I ever got him, he's gonna be on Husk. But like, look how many 4-line def percent timepieces at a baseline I have that I haven't had a reason to level up, other than for the lulls. Like, maybe if I had leveled up all these, I would have had a 50 CV before that attack goblet, but it would have been a useless 50 CV to say the least. So, like, why keep this piece? Like, yes, it has ER, but come on. Come on. And it's very likely with my 10 other freaking double crit def percent timepieces, if I needed a piece that had more crit damage, it's likely one of these would roll heavily into crit damage, and I even have a double crit ER piece. So, yeah, there's zero reason to keep that def percent timepiece. Okay. Guild of Dreams is weird. EM crit rate good. I already have really heavy EM rolls though. Like, I have a flower that has 86 EM if I recall. Like, this one I'll definitely keep as ER, but this one, I don't know. Like, it could be a good damage dealer piece too, but at this point on my account, I don't know if that's really needed. Similar story for this. Like, what does this actually do for me? I think this doesn't do anything for me. It's weird because good conjunction of stats that theoretically could be good, but like, eh? This is flop. HP percent on flop I'm going to keep. I don't know. I might still want to do... Well, I think the reason I kept these was weird Nilu things. Realistically, I probably don't need them. Or not just weird Nilu things, but... Anyway, whatever. Quick character review, sure. Bina or Nefa, which artifact domain should I farm? Albeda or Sky? I mean, who's your priority more? But Nefa is the more important as a damage dealer, generally speaking. Yeah, Silken Moon Serenade, other Fab build. I'm assuming, yeah, you're using Earth Flins. That makes sense. Where's an Nefa? Well, you have a Nefa on 2-piece, and I feel like Nefa is now worth farming a dedicated set for, personally. She has enough team context that is worthwhile. I'm not saying it's necessarily going to massively improve your team performance to a degree it's worth spending 8 years in. And this is a very good 2-piece build, to be clear. So you would struggle to actually get a build that's better. So maybe it's not worth the time, to be honest. And if you farm more Night Sky, you could get a better Flint's build. Although your Flint's build is also already really, really good. So... And you even have a little bit of ER, which is oftentimes something people neglect, particularly on a SIG weapon. I do think having a few ER rolls with SIG is relevant too. So yeah, you even have, like, I don't know. You have basically a perfect Flynn's build already. The Columbina build is more relatable, but also still quite good. Actually, no, it's very good with this much HP on a freaking Fab build. No, it's pretty damn good. Never mind, it's just a very good build. I was neglecting some of the other stats here. So, like, neither other than Albade, maybe for an F is worthwhile, but only truly worthwhile if you also want to get like artifacts for Durin and whatever. But you already have Durin artifacts here. That seems pretty good. So I don't know. Like, you have pretty good builds. There's no like clear answer at this point. It's whoever you want to prioritize, in my opinion, for the team you're using the most. Trying to optimize for Dire Dog, then you might want what are you struggling with Dire Dog? Because if you feel like you're close, then yeah, maybe Albade and Nefa is enough difference maker. It is a very, very good set for her. Like, to see how worth it is to do that, you can go and... this is something that Akasha can probably do for you pretty well. Particularly since I believe your Anefa was, yeah, your Anefa was a ballad Anefa. I think, is there a ballad leaderboard? I think there is. So if you go into Akasha and submit your Anefa build and it ranks at like top 15%, you know, you can reasonably assume you could hit like a top 3%. So go check like a top 3% build right now on Albeid, and you can see like the damage number calculation there on Akasha, and you can see how much bigger that is compared to your damage number, and be like, okay, that's X% more Anefa damage. And then if you go into like a damage dummy in Miliastra Wonderland, you see that your Anefa is doing 3 million damage, and then if the Albeid build that you could hypothetically farm for a month is doing 10% more damage, do 10%, do, you know, 1.1 times whatever that damage you got in the damage dummy was, and then there you go. That's what your hypothetical DPS would be in a neutral context. So why have I never leveled up this piece? Oh, because I have a good double crit attack feather already. You know, actually, yeah, is this relevant at all for me? Like, I have basically a perfect piece. It has 19.4 crit damage and like 3 attack rolls, if I recall. Let me double check. Sorry, this is like part of the cleaning, right? You have to like look through shit that you didn't remember. Yeah, I have this already, which is a ridiculously good piece. And I also have this, which is a ridiculously good piece. So no, there's no freaking reason I need this piece. This is a useless piece for me at this point. What's my Skirk stats? I mean, it depends. Like, the different artifacts have different reasons to be used in different situations. My Skirk is, I think, like top 5%-ish. I don't know. She's really an annoying character to min-max build-wise. I kind of stopped because I just decided it wasn't enjoyable to min-max her. And it doesn't make sense because sometimes MH is just better to use. Sometimes it's better to use the other set, depending on the content. Like the boss next patch, the Automaton, Skirk's Burst won't be as relevant. Not irrelevant, though. So I don't know. I'm interested in testing MH versus her Sig set again when the boss reruns. Oops, let's look at... We do need to look at leveled up artifacts, but... yeah, so like this piece, I honestly think is probably not relevant anymore for me. But it's the kind of piece, again, I would really wish this was like Zenless so I could just YOLO, like, level it to 12 in case it rolls entirely into EM, entirely into crit. And... also, there's no freaking shortcut into a screen here. Can I... here, we can do... no, not this. No, not that. Please? Where's the... how do I reset this? God, every damn time this happens. Reset. Okay, there we go. Filter... not max level. Okay. So I want to be able to do this. This one is one. Def roll, just trash it. Attack roll, trash it. Crit rate or EM roll, and it's high roll, fine. I said high roll. I did say high roll. That is a min roll, by the way. No, sorry, that's not a min roll. That's a 3.1. I don't think I have a need for this. I have like a 30, or sorry, like a 40 something CV with an attack percent roll. And it's like 12% crit rate with 21 crit damage. Like, I have one of my higher CV pieces of my account is an onset, like, Gilded Dreams flower with a min attack percent roll, no EM to be clear. So like, even if it rolls entirely crit rate, I don't think it's relevant anymore. So you know what, trash that. I guess sure. Let's start with going through some of these recent artifacts. This one's weird. I already have a really good one, but it's possible I might not end up not needing the I have that. Might end up not needing the crit stats, so. And this is the kind of piece, like, I always will probably keep pieces like this. But at a baseline, I need to, like, know whether or not, like, this is realistically most likely only relevant as a fab piece. But we still like fab pieces, so. Yep. Attack timepiece with 1 crit roll. EM crit damage attack percent. This is a weird set that could be theoretically better than 2-piece attack. 2-piece attack on anyone that cares about 2-piece attack, right? Hence, part of my hesitation with throwing away certain things is when it can be thrown away. Honestly, that's meh. ER double crit. Okay. Honestly, I already have like a perfect feather. I kind of feel like this piece is irrelevant, but would need to level it to like level 8 to see. I guess one thing I forgot is it's nice to have a little bit of free XP, like just free artifact fodder sitting around so you can freely level certain things, because you need to level some pieces to know whether or not they are relevant to keep, right? And this piece is just, you know, funny 4-line piece to keep. There still has not been a single instance where double crit on like a healing bonus piece is that really relevant at all, other than as a meme thing. So, can probably be thrown away. This is going to keep as a fab piece. Potential fab piece to be clear. Ender double crit, Fizz double crit, weird EM goblet, sure. Never know, this could be Nefer's ideal goblet in the future. Roll 50 crit damage, easy. I don't think, actually no, 50 crit damage is impossible, but like 40 something is. So, Def percent goblet on set on Albade. I mean, there's a potential for an off-field lunar crystallized DPS release in the future, so I think def percent pieces on this set for now at minimum are worth keeping. And I have 2 def percent goblets. Let's go. An electro goblet. This needs to be leveled up. Cryo goblet. Okay. HP goblet. I do actually need to level this. This is a roll crit rate or go in the trash can. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what. My current flower situation for either Mr. Varka or Durin is a 9.7 crit rate, 20 crit damage, like a high 40 CVPs, but there are some situations where I can imagine I want less crit rate, and therefore having something like this is relevant. So level it to 4. Okay. Level it again. Double my XP, please. No. That's weird. It's a min roll too. Fuck. I really need the XP. Shit. Oh, you know, I'm suddenly realizing spring cleaning might not work today. Artifact cleaning day. I need fodder. I'm quickly realizing I need fodder. Shit. Albedo piece? Yeah, a little bit. But this could still be good. This could get 2 more crit damage rolls, right? Like, it has to be leveled to 16 at minimum. If it doesn't roll crit at 16, then it's not good enough of an improvement for me to care about. But and I'd rather just, like, feeding into a different piece. But yeah, there is a reason I am keeping these weird pieces that only have 1 crit damage rolls, because overcapping crit in general in Genshin is just a thing now. That means having particularly 4-line pieces, but also weird pieces like 3-line pieces that have attack percent crit damage EM could be the ideal artifact in a lot of contexts. So, healing bonus circlet against the way up weak to healing. Yeah, there you go. Started playing Genshin after a long time, so you can please see my characters and tell me what I can use. Not aware of Natlan and lunar reactions stuff, but getting harder to defeat bosses now. Yeah, I'm not too surprised. But if you're a returning player and whatever, you gotta understand enemies mechanics. Anytime they introduce a new enemy, it has mechanics usually that are trying to incentivize using newer characters in some level. So, like, I don't think I have to actually look at your characters to give you advice on that. But if you look at literally any of the new bosses they've released lately, you know, this is an interesting to look at. Let's go look at the bosses in just the overworld bosses. That's what I think they're referring to. So this thing will, if you don't have the damage to brute force it before it gets its shield, which this one is actually for overworld context. You could just have any strong team that could deal with this before it gets its shield, and then you can bypass the mechanic. But if you don't, then it creates a shield that heavily incentivizes lunar damage. So, aka having newer characters. And then you have there's a boss next patch being released that is heavily incentivizing lunar crystallized damage specifically. Geo might be an alternative to it, but I don't know how good it will be. This thing is a weird ass mechanic where it wants you to apply a bunch of pyro to it to build up a meter before you can start doing any meaningful damage to it at all. And then you can purposely stop doing pyro to keep it at like the 50% mark on the little circle on its meter on its health bar. And so like stop dealing pyro, and if you stay at that point, then it'll have higher resistance, but not so high that you can't beat it. Or if you continue applying pyro, it'll generate a cryo shield, so you can then get through the cryo shield, and then once you deal with the cryo shield, it takes a bunch of damage and it goes stunned for a little bit. So basically, bring a bunch of pyro to this boss. If you don't bring pyro, you get effed, right? Like that thing's gonna feel basically impossible to touch. This thing really wants you to have healing, if I recall. Although I don't know how annoying it is in Overworld. It's also danger resistant, I'm pretty sure. This one's a weirder one, but yeah. This thing, if you, again, unless you have the ability to like brute force some of these with just really strong teams in general, which is unlikely if you're a returning player. Give cats a treat. Yes, we will in a second. Where is the other one? The other one disappeared. We got one nearby. Knuckle Duckle wants you to have Electro Charge or Lunar Charge, but Electro Charge alone, so Hydro and Electro. If you don't, it's probably going to be painful. The Hera has a mechanic that heavily incentivizes lunar damage, and that in Overworld is more annoying to deal with, I would say, probably than even this thing is. But yeah, like, you get the point, I think. That's what you're probably feeling more than anything. And yeah, I think they do that because I think that's a sneaky thing that people don't talk about that much, that like will incentivize people to pull for newer characters. Is how they design enemies in a way, like just for even overworld context, that the average casual player, returning player, is going to feel like, wow, the things that used to feel good to me feel like shit now, and it's really easy to blame it on power creep. Also, is there a mistake in her art? Or does she just have her hand being held a weird way? Sorry. Where's her other arm, guys? It seems like it's going behind her, no? No, okay, so here, we gotta enhance. I really need to set up a zoom shortcut. You get 29 more premios? Maybe. Yeah, I understand why. So, like, isn't her arm, like, going back here? It doesn't look like her arm is, like... There's no, like, arm going this way. And even then, it doesn't really make sense. What is going on with her hand? Oh, I see. Her freaking pointer finger and pinky are, like, spread out a little bit. Okay. Never mind. That makes sense. Yeah, no, I was just very confused. Like, it looked like... It's because of the, like, when it was zoomed out, her... like the yellow wispiness, whatever, the GOP was blocking things in a way that made it look really borked. Like, I thought they had just made a mistake in her art. But no, it makes sense now. I look at it more. It just looked a little weird to my brain because it didn't seem like there was continuity between this finger and the hand initially until I looked much closer. You leaving, cat? I'm just about to give you treats. Oh, hold. Okay. They're leaving the room, and I'm going to bait them back in shortly. Okay. Anyways. Where's my cat treats? I feel bad. He just went into the other room. He just jumped down from the cat tree and went over there, and then he just like, treat sounds? Treat sounds? Alright, blackness while I open up the cat treat bag. I need to actually... This one actually only has a few treats left inside. Alright, creatures. A treat has been purchased for you. Wow, you grabbed it for once. He likes to really drop treats in the ground. Alright, creature. I need to clean up the mess in my room, I'm aware. No. Here. Whoop. There you go. Where were we at? We were looking at... Oh yeah, we were like, oh no, I need more XP. Also, I forgot I needed to freaking finish leveling up this stupid piece too. Okay, frick. I should have farmed artifacts today. You know what, do I have level 4 artifacts I can throw away quick? That's ER. We don't throw away ER. Noblesse piece. Don't do that. That's a bad idea. This? I don't think I need that. Here, you know what? Is that gonna be enough to, like, finish leveling this one piece? The one piece is real. No, it's not. Wait, maybe it is. Double me. Frick. What about that? It's enough. Crit damage or bust. Okay, bust it is. That's fine. Alright, I got tons of points. 25k points to play with cats. Yes. And it might need to be more expensive in the future because it's honestly... Like, it's a full-ass stop what I'm doing in this current stream to do something else. Type redeem. So... You know, that's why it's expensive. But... And it's also only a once per stream thing. It is heavily limited. 25k is way too cheap. For now, it hasn't been a problem. But we'll see. But now that I talked about it, someone's going to redeem it. So... Oops. Serenade pieces, huh? I mean, ER and Serenade is the thing you need sometimes. So definitely not trashing that. This one's a weird, poopy low roll piece. Mineral, low roll. Ew. Yeah, I told you. Let's see. Leto conjured it. Told you. Alright, okay, the problem is they just left. I wonder... I could turn on the auto cat toy again. And then just like put it in the corner of the screen while I go through artifacts. Maybe we can do that. I'm down with that. Here, give me a second while I go set it up. Also, I don't know if it has battery. I didn't charge it. Frick. Well, if it doesn't have battery, then I guess we're just... It's fine. You want cat content over looking at artifacts, over managing inventory, which you gotta do sometime. It's fine. The goal of the stream was technically just to get my brain to wake up anyways, which I've succeeded with at this point. Yeah, these pieces will surely be useful someday. I'll keep them because... Weird set. Death percent, 4 line. Yay. Crit rate on this set. God, actually, at this point, I think it's kind of useless, but I don't know if I have a... Do I have a crit rate circlet in this set at all? I need to check. I filter by max level. I do, but it's a sad one. Okay, honestly, I kind of feel like crit rate, and like, what is the point of putting crit rate on this set? Like, if you're using crit rate on this set, it means you didn't min-max your build properly, and it's kind of pointless to use versus a 2-piece build, so frick that piece. Okay, yeah, my first ever build is crit rate, so that's true. That's probably why I locked some of them. Alright, let's go cat. 1 second. If you use Dia, it's technically playing with a cat. I don't know if that's true. She's not that cat. You don't have Veresasig? I do. Why would Veresasig be relevant as a factor for this circlet? I'm not doing an off-beat circlet with Veresa. That's a 3-line crit damage piece with death percent. Like, that's pointless. At my investment level in my account, there is no reality where this would be an off piece for Veresa. So maybe you were thinking it was the other set, but anyways. BRB. hello. Upside down face reveal? Yeah. I mean, it wasn't a face reveal technically. Anyways. Okay. Here. Sorry. I was watching them. But yeah, the oopsies. See, the only reason I don't like face cam is because I don't like having to make my face look nice. And I'm pretty sure my face didn't look nice there. Oh well. Okay, if we shrinky dink this. Oh. Also, it does not seem to want to focus properly at that angle. Oh well, it's going to be small in the corner anyways, it's fine. Shrinky dinky. Just put it there. Well, no, put it here. Okay. There we go. Face reveal? Yeah, I might... The camera accidentally flopped on the ground when I was trying to prop it up and it pointed straight at my face. Alright. What are we doing? Artifacts. Yep. But I don't have XP, which is making a problem and making me feel like this is not the day to optimize my inventory, even though I was in the mood to do it. Well. Attack, ER... See, Serenade's a weird set that's going to be relevant into the future. So, I'm willing to be conservative with throwing away pieces. Crit damage attack percent might be relevant. Crit rate ER, probably less relevant. Crit damage attack ER. I already have a high crit rate piece. And I have, well, I mean, maybe this is a relevant piece in some niche-ass situation, but I find it unlikely. That's a piece that's high enough stat value. Even as an off piece, it's worth keeping. Potential stat value, not guaranteed. That one's whatever. Mineral attack. Frick that piece, honestly. I have a piece that's 28 crit damage with 2 attack percent rolls at this point. So for a feather on this set, so it's not worth it. Crit rate ER, high rolls, worst case. I have a high crit rate piece with ER and some attacks. I think it's not relevant. That one's a big ol' maybe. Attack with just crit damage and 4 line, no other things. Okay. I look nice, man. Don't worry. Well, thank you. I don't think I did look that nice, but I appreciate it anyways. I didn't look that terrible, at least. Let's see. Ashru gameplay is definitely distracting me from the artifact spring cleaning. Yep. I wonder where Didi went. He seemed to have gotten bored. Didi does not give a shit about the little butterfly thingy, but Ashru likes it. So right now I set it to alternate, but the toy I know, like, also has some kind of setting that, I don't know, it's a surprisingly, like, competent toy for being dynamic with how cats interact with it, but maybe I'm just hallucinating. Because it doesn't seem like the thing has done the little thing underneath the mat. Hasn't spun that in a second, right? So, I don't know. Anyways, attack circlet, 4 line, crit damage EM. Sorry, I'm distracted by the cat too. EM, crit damage, yeah, that makes sense to keep. Crit damage ER, sure. Crit damage on a 3 line and ER timepiece at this point, no. Physical bonus with double crit max rolls, let's go. Healing bonus in this set, probably no. Well, sorry. This is absolutely a level 4 piece, but I wish I could put a special like stamp on things like need to level this to level 4 or 8. Like I want stickers to put in my artifacts, right? Like not star, but just like a green sticker. Level this up once, because if it rolls ER and it's a 30 ER healing bonus circlet, actually kind of goated, right? That's why I'm not throwing that away. Because let's look at Where is he? Benny boy. Look at my current healing bonus circlet. Imagine how much ER this could have, yo. It could have a 30 ER. That'd be incredible. I would love someday to have like a 300 ER build on Bennett. A 300 ER build on Bennett with Aquila. That'd be ridiculous. Not feasible at this moment, but you know, a desire to work towards it kind of thing. Is easier said than done, but it basically requires pieces like this on every single piece, other than the timepiece. So, you know, not exactly simple. But yeah, anyways, and the simpler solution is definitely, if I ever got a Skyward Blade, that's just plus 55 ER, and then I have a 310 ER Bennett. So, most people with a 300 ER Benny probably have Skyward on him. And in the worst case, to be clear, I can, you know, I do have me a Sapwood Blade, so, like, I do have the option of more ER, if need be. Just need to sacrifice a little buff. Also I can do Fav too. If I really, really need the energy. It's actually not that big a deal oftentimes to give him the Favonius. Alright. I use the star as reroll target. Me too, for the most part. Like, not entirely, but for the most part, star is like this piece was starred because I wanted to remember to level it up. And then I forgot. So, anyways, we'll go do an artifact run to try to level this up at least. Why did I keep this piece, by the way? Was I going to continue leveling this piece for some reason? Am I coping that that's like a Nilu piece? But why would I put this on Nilu? In an off piece, I guess, but let's be real. No, as an off piece, you want HP percent rolls. What is the purpose of keeping this? Okay, Mona... I think I must have just equipped that and like left it because I needed to complete the set bonus, which is not wrong, but at the same time, not needed. I don't use Mona regularly enough to stress that much about that, and you know, yeah. Anyways, Fav Shivers piece. No, it's. I mean, maybe yeah, maybe that is why I left it, but eh. I still think I need HP percent if I want it to be a Shivers piece. So, yeah. No, I know why I had it. Like, I had it because, like, why I was on her is to have this set bonus. The set bonus can be good as a way of getting the most out of her on a Proto-Ember build. But I don't need... I could use an unleveled Feather, quite frankly, compared to this piece. Like, the flat HP doesn't do anything. And it's more valuable at this point as XP. So, if I need to get one more feather in the future from that set, that's fine. That's a perfectly fine minor issue to cause myself. Mona Burst from Mualani? Yes. Not very high, I think. So if you have... Is it C3 Mona or C5 Mona that gives her Burst talent? But if you have her Constellation that gives her Burst talent, you don't need to level her past, I think, level 7. If you don't have her Burst talent Constellation, then it can go to level... You can crown it and it will max out the damage bonus, but you could also just leave it not maxed out because I think it only gains like, what? A few percentage increase? But yeah. Also the mat moved. Anyways. DD seems to have not coming back, has he? Anyways, use the star for pieces I should look twice at before doing anything with, whether it be reroll or just finding a random piece in a mess of artifacts. Yeah. Account cleanup like this for others seems like a viable service. So maybe the problem is it's way more time intensive to try to do it on someone else's account because you're the person that knows your account best, or hopefully. In the level of like what artifacts you already had. Like when I'm going through this, I have an idea in mind of the artifacts I already have because I was the one that acquired them. C3 is the burst talent? Okay, yeah, so it's C3 Mona. So the fact that C3 Mona is like relatively accessible, but I don't know. If you're at a C0 Mona, like yeah, you probably at least level 8 her burst probably. But yeah, anyways. I am the one who knows best what my artifacts are, right? such that I can go through this without having to constantly look at every other artifact. If I were to log into someone else's account and do this, I would have to like go and look through all of their leveled artifacts first, and somehow in like the 3 hours that it would take just to look at their existing artifacts, then gain an intuitive framework in my mind about what makes sense to keep and not keep. And even on my own account where I have an idea of what things I have, I still have, multiple times here I had to go and double check, wait, what do I have in this set, just to make sure this makes sense, is okay to throw away. I don't have as much of a framework for that. Like most of these things I can pretty confidently be like, yeah, I don't actually need that, right? Or this is relevant to at least level up a little bit. But there's a lot of pieces here, like this is a level up to level 4 or level up to like level 8. I would like stickers, like 3 different stickers. I would like a green sticker that could signify for me level to 4. Where like as soon as I level to 4, if it doesn't roll one of the relevant stats, I can trash can it. Or sorry, level 8. Whatever. 1 upgrade. Like a green sticker for 1 upgrade, yellow sticker for 2 upgrades, red sticker for 3 upgrades kind of thing, to determine whether or not an artifact is relevant to keep. Because different artifacts have different tiers of upgrades before you know that they're worth not keeping, depending on how they roll. So, did it take you like 5 hours on my brother's account? Yeah. And I was trying to be quick. I don't even want to know what his account looks like now. To be clear, he doesn't log in as regularly anymore, because he's not as active as a combat player, so he just doesn't have to for any particular reason. Sometimes I wonder why I lock certain pieces. Yeah. This is the only locked codex piece. That's funny. Whimsy, huh? I was strongboxing a little whimsy for a bit. That's probably where all these came from. Double crit ERPs with attack percent. Wow. EM with crit rate ER, huh? Did I say ER, crit rate, attack percent? HP, crit rate, or yeah, okay, so off piece, fav piece, whatever. Like these kind of perfect pieces for fav, it's worth keeping, right? You never know when you're like fav builds end up having some random smattering ass artifacts anyways that you're just like, oh, okay, I can use an off piece circlet. And you check what your best off piece circlet is, and you're like, oh, okay, there we go. And it's nice to have these pieces. So these are the kinds of artifacts that might sit in my account for years and never get leveled. Because it's waiting for that situation where I have Spirit XP and it makes sense to level. Oh yeah, Navia pieces are kind of interesting. I somewhat suspect I'll never have a real opportunity to level this up. I should probably throw it away, but it... Why is my water bottle leaking? I didn't tighten the cap. Yep, that would explain it. Not enough guides and tips for hoarders how to sort their artifacts. Yeah. It's... I don't know, it's hard for me to put into words how I've gotten like the intuitive framework for how to go through things over time, and on a level of like, okay, how could I give how could I write a script for people to help them? Keep those. Is this ever going to be relevant? I think no. I think I can get rid of the Nim stream piece. I mean, it is crit damage EM. Okay, you know what? No, this is absolutely, actually, take it back. Like, this is absolutely another level it to level 4 piece, because it could roll entirely into crit, and it could be the god tier off piece time piece for a certain context when you just want a bunch of crit damage, right? So actually, no, it is worth keeping. Clam piece, I'm gonna just keep that just in case I need it. Okay, so I think I'm quickly hitting the point of like, for my unleveled pieces, most of them are either need to be leveled up a little bit, or like, let's be real, I don't need this, but keep it for the funnies. Or like relevant for a fab piece, or relevant because just energy stats are relevant on the set. Relevant because maybe someday I care about leveling this for somebody, right? This can probably be thrown away though. Yeah. Emblem is weird still. Attack, crit rate, ER. No flat attack. That's fine though. Wow, look at that piece. Crazy. Yeah, I think the last time I did a proper cleaning through my artifacts was when they added the update to show what the 4th line is. So if you haven't done that yet, if you haven't gone through all your old artifacts after they updated to show the 4th line, I already did that, so I'm not really focusing on it that much. But, you know, I was able to get rid of a lot of level 0 artifacts when they made that change, which was a very nice change. Like, I literally got, like, probably over 100 artifacts that I could dump in the strong box immediately. By just spending an hour and going through and checking what the last line was and be like, nope, that's not relevant to keep, because the last line wasn't good. It was a very nice change in the game. No longer do we have to freaking spend XP resources leveling up things to level 4 to see if they're worth keeping, right? So, yeah. Fat piece, weird piece. ER. Crit. A double crit circlet on maidens? I mean, no. I have good off-piece circlets for attack circlets. HP on Blizzard's Trail. Let's go. Low roll, and EM on Blizzard's Trail. Not frick that piece. Okay. Double crit. HP death percent. EM double crit high roll on the Fizz set. Let's go. Don't worry. Next year's gonna be a super conduct shill, and that means physical's coming back, yo, and that this will be relevant. Don't worry. Don't worry. That's off-piece EM timepiece potential. Okay, so what's more interesting to look at then, this is a completely different factor that you have to ask yourself for leveled pieces. So for leveled pieces, it's worth taking a look at like any pieces that you like have level 20 that you just haven't actually used in a while is my main factor, I would say. And for that purpose, obviously the newer artifacts I'm not really that worried about looking at. Like, this one's a weird one, and I haven't actually found a use of it yet, but it's got such a weirdly specific balance of stats that it could be very relevant sometime. So never going to throw away that piece, I hope. If I do, it's a mistake. This piece I almost threw away recently, by the way. But, so, can anyone guess why I thankfully did not throw it away? I mean, to be clear, it wouldn't have been that big a deal to throw away. But it would have been dumb. I threw it away because I was like, wait, why the fuck? This isn't equipped to anyone. Why do I have an HP circlet with 837 flat HP? What is the purpose of me keeping this? Why did I lock this? So for most accounts, to be clear, I don't think you need to keep this kind of artifact. Chevy is one potential context. It's not Bina. Nilu. Yep, it's Nilu. I had it leveled up for Nilu. To be clear, now I generally speaking prefer Nilu on instructors for Nefer, but there's still contexts where I just want all the flat HP possible for Nilu, and like, so asking myself right now, because pre-Columbina, I use Nilu on Serenade, Lauma on Deepwood, and usually Ino on instructors. Now, honestly, like, if I am going to use Ino on the team, I think maybe I just use Ino on Serenade, and I put Nilu on instructors anyways. Is maybe my thinking right now. So maybe I can get some free XP back by getting rid of this piece. Right. I could also throw away this piece in theory too, because this was also a Nilu piece. Just got swapped to Kokomi. And also, like, because there's like 3 variants of like high tier Nefer teams that I would use Nilu in. One of them is with Columbina, which would use instructors Nilu. One of them is with Columbina with Nahida, so it'd be Lauma, Nahida, C2, which is what I use at the current dire difficulty for my current best clear, actually, because I freed Columbina for the different boss. Which is that I used Nahida, Lauma, and Nahida was on Serenade, and then I used Nilu again on instructors. And where you use Nilu in the rotation is pretty flexible, right? So again, I think I can just use Ainu on Serenade, and therefore maybe it's not relevant. But it was relevant, to be clear, for a time. So I think I can, yeah. You know what? This just freed up. This is the kind of realization and why it's worth going through things. Like, realizing, okay, I don't actually need these pieces that I used before anymore at this point. The situation has changed for the context in which I used them before, that it's now irrelevant to keep them relative to the value of, like, the really high value of being able to feed those pieces into new pieces or turn them into elixirs potentially too, right? Like, there's pretty high value being able to use old pieces that don't have enough of a use case for leveling up new pieces. You just have to try to think through the context in which they are relevant. Nilu has yoinked I swapped Chevers' build to Nilu, but that's neither here nor there. That's just what is currently happening here. So that can be unlocked, and then we do this. Wait, no, not that piece. That piece I want to keep. Wait, I thought it was this piece. I thought there was an HP goblet that was... Wait, what? No, it was a time piece. Yeah, it was a time piece. Yeah, this one. Like, this I don't need. Yeah. This goblet we definitely keep. This was also Nilu's piece, to be clear. But a bunch of crit rate and ER on an HP goblet, that's a goated fat piece if I've ever seen one. So, like, obviously we keep that. Which HP do I get on instructors? On my Nilu, I get like 66,000. Amusingly, I have more instructors. I have more HP on my instructors pieces than I have on this build right now on her, which is funny. Actually, no, I think it might be that 66,000 might be with Hydra Resonance up. She's not active in the team right now. But like, yeah, I'm not quite maxing out her passive, but the purpose is not to max out her passive. In a Nefer team, the purpose is just more HP for Key of Conscience Suit. Like, it's a very min-maxy thing in the first place to even have more HP. Like, we're talking very, very minor damage improvements, relatively speaking. So, cool face cam. Are you behind in the stream? oh, you mean the cat thing going on. I forgot about it. Is Osher done playing with it? He's still paying attention to it, but I'll turn off the cam once he's done. Anyways, value in keeping low CV double crit pieces that roll a lot into something like attack or ER? Absolutely. Like, so, I mean, it depends on the exact conjunction of things, but, and what kinds of content you care about clearing. But I do absolutely think weird pieces that roll very heavily into one stat tend to be worth keeping. ER especially, yes, absolutely. Any freaking artifact that exists, no matter what main stat, if it has a whack shit ton of ER, absolutely 100% keep it. Like, getting like 4 substats to go all into ER is an incredibly rare thing and incredibly strong to have when you need it. And then weird things like attack is like, okay, let's say you already meet your ER needs for Shenhe. Well, her buff scales on attack, so giving her as much attack as possible, other than ER, well, and a little bit of crit rate for Fab. Shenhe's a pain in the ass to build. Like this is essentially a perfect Shenhe build, by the way, and it's very hard to get it this good of a build. It could be improved, in theory, to be clear. Like, yeah, I could get more attack percent. I could, in theory, it would be improvement on a damage level to sacrifice a crit rate roll and 1 more attack percent here. But let's be real for a second, or having a 4-line piece, right? This piece, obviously, having attack percent ER would be better. Like, there is min-maxing to be done with this Shenhe build, but it's pretty damn hard to do much better than this for a Noblesse build for most people, especially because most people would rather prioritize their resin on their main DPS artifact set rather than their support artifact set, which does make sense, right? I don't think you should min-max Shenhe to an extent. If as long as she can burst every rotation, right, which is important. I don't think you should min-max Shenhe to the extent that you'd prioritize Shenhe's artifacts or over like trying to get improvements on the Skirk. But it depends on the state of your artifacts ultimately. My Shenhe build is basically perfect. Yeah, and when it comes to supports, by the way, anyone who knows how to min-max supports understands that min-maxing your supports artifacts oftentimes comes down to not just having one perfect build for them, but if you happen to use Shenhe, well, Shenhe's a pretty niche unit, so most people won't end up using her in a lot of different teams, but there are a lot of supports where you do happen to use them in different teams. Let's take Eon Son as maybe one of the better examples, where with double Electro and pairing her with, you know, an Electro unit that refunds energy. Eon Sun's energy needs can vary from basically literally nothing, right, to extremely high. And that's a pain in the ass when she also wants to build a bunch of attack percent to min-max her buff, and you want crit, right? So, like, yeah. Anyways, Eon Sun, pain in the ass character to build too. And it's very relevant to have ER pieces for that. It's very relevant to have heavy attack percent, because if you don't need the ER, well, it'd be great to be able to put on an artifact like, let's say I could, well, this is an on-set piece, but actually, I mean, I have an off piece here, right? This off piece, right? It's nice to have a wackadoodle piece like this. This is the kind of artifact a lot of people would probably throw in the trash. This is a cracked as hell artifact. So, anyways, like this is a perfect piece, and it is a significant contributor to why my Eon Sun build is as good as it is. The only thing holding back my Eon Sun is this is kind of like not an ideal goblet, I would say, but it has crit rate for triggering Fav. We trigger Fav pretty consistently. It's not bad. Although Zajef got mad at this build, by the way. Like, I don't know. I don't know what fucking copium Zajef is on that he struggles with 40% crit rate on an R5 Fav. Like, the issues he was having when he used this Eon Sun build were not the Eon Sun build, in my opinion. They were other issues. Or maybe I had tweaked the Eon Sun's build. I don't remember. Maybe I had lower crit rate than I intended, but this is my normal build. So, Z-Buy and Harbinger is so annoying. Like, I got pretty lucky. My only bad piece, one mid piece, but overall I had pretty good pieces. But I'm like 17 crit rate over cap. Yeah, that's why I mentioned in my videos, like my Z-Buy build, I barely have a build that wouldn't overcap crit rate. And if I used Lua, I would be overcapped, right? So, yep, I understand. Have I talked about Linnea? I don't think there's anything to talk about right now. We don't actually have real information that matters. So, other than, like, it indicates, I don't know how they're balanced right now. Like, they are either... They are either an interesting character for enabling teams of their own built around Lunar Crystallize, or in which case I still am kind of fucking insulted by that, and I'm tempted to skip them just to protest, because they could have fucking made that Eat Lua. They could have made Eat Lua the really fun reaction build around character by just making his buff, his burst buff, apply to the reaction itself, but they fucking didn't. So then turning around and then releasing a 5-star character that is incentivized to uplift the reaction damage. But mostly it's actually, no, it's not meant to uplift the reaction damage. It's mostly just, let's give fucking Res Shred. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm kind of sick of every goddamn support giving a bunch of Res Shred, okay? They can fucking do buffs that are more interesting than just Res Shred buff or 87,000 with team restrictions on top. Like, I'm kind of sick of it. I'm sure they'll be a good character, but like... So, anyway, that's my thoughts so far. But we'll see what the actual kit is balanced like. And there's a chance they end up being underwhelming because of the fact that Z-Buy is more strong at a baseline. And if Linnea is too strong, it makes Z-Buy too strong. But they might just not give a fuck about balance anymore. So, they're doing quills more often too. I like that. I do like that. To be clear, they've done some good jobs in doing like more flat buffs, quill buffs, right? But like Lua is that, but then they arbitrarily have dumbass restrictions. And I at this point, I'm guessing they wanted to make sure Eat Lua didn't buff the Lunar Crystallize actual reaction damage itself, only talent damage, and made him an underwhelming buffer in general because they wanted to sell the 5-star more. That's my assumption. Right? So, anyways. And if it straight up just makes Z-Buy by far the best team in the game for C0 investment level, that annoys me too. So I don't know. But they also just, on their own, because the Buy's power level might make Linnea a more underwhelming support even at a baseline. So, I don't know. And also, I just need reasons to skip more characters. And also, if they're not relevant for Varka because they're a Geo unit, I care about them less too. So, I don't know. Is it like, to be clear, I think, you know, I don't disagree with still my feeling that Columbina made me love Geo much more. At the same time, I've kind of, after playing it with it more on my main account since Columbina's release, I'm more meh on Lunar Crystallize. It's fine, but I haven't really seen... I expected more people to do more interesting things with it than just Noelle. But it turns out the first thing I tried seems to be the only interesting thing still. And Eat Lua doesn't buff the reaction. And Linnea might buff in a way that, like, hey, Linnea is a better unit to put in a Noelle team than Shilonen, which is cool, I guess. But is it actually going to meaningfully change the gameplay experience in a way that I care? Or is it just going to be a little bit more damage? It's probably just going to be a little bit more damage. There's Ningguang 2, kinda. Yeah, Ningguang 2 kinda is basically the way I would describe Lunar Crystallized Ningguang. It's technically there. It's probably the best way to play Ningguang at this point. But, I don't know. Red Shred makes sense for Geo. Yeah, no, I don't disagree. Like, Geo needs more options for supports in general, to be clear. Especially because they did annoying shit like the fact that Shilonen... Like, there's a problem in Zibai teams if you try to put Shilonen in the team, or now you can't do triple Geo. And there's compelling reasons to do triple Geo in Zibai teams, right? And in particular because there's not very compelling second Hydro slots. If you want to do double Hydro, double Geo for Zibai. So, you know, there's reason for more Red Shred. There's reason for more buffers for Geo to exist, but man, I don't know. Like, what does it do for me on my account? Like, I have a really invested account. Like, maybe it'll be okay for Navia, but let's be real. One of the main value adds I have from C2 Shalona at this point on my account is Navia. Like, am I gonna pull Linnea just because there's a good chance that Linnea for Navia could be like a side grade to Shilonen if I'm specifically like playing Lunar Crystallize. Like if I'm specifically playing Columbina Navia, I imagine Linnea might be a minor upgrade or a side grade over Shilonen C2 for the team. But like I'd rather kind of just play at this point, I'd rather play for Navia, for Geo DPSing for me, I'd rather play Shilonen C2 during Bennett Navia. That makes my Navia pretty damn strong. That's a lot of constellations and whatever. That's additional 5 stars, but I'd also have to pull an additional 5 star to play Linnea with her, right? Now, if Linnea does something interesting for like uplifting Chiori, maybe I'll be a little bit more tempted. If Linnea does something more interesting with Noelle, but like honestly, like what I really like about Noelle Lunar Crystallize is how you can try to min-max the actual reaction around Noelle's kit, and like Columbina, Noelle, Farina, I like at a baseline. And then you have a flex slot, and I like Chiori there, I like Shilonen there, but Linnea could be cool there, but I really wish that character that I wanted there was just Ilua. I really fucking wish it was just Ilua. I really wish it was just Ilua. And because he does a little bit of talent buffing for Geo, not much, but a little bit. But more importantly, if he actually made the reaction damage go from... how much would he... I don't know. I haven't run the numbers. I should go run the numbers. But I'm pretty sure if his burst actually buffed the actual reaction damage, he would make the like lunar crystallized damage that we're getting from, you know, Noelle whacking and triggering the turrets probably double, triple. I wouldn't be surprised. That'd be so damn fun. That's all I want. That's all I want. You've indeed got to call me, boys. Thanks. That's all I want. I just want Ilua to be changed so he could actually buff the reaction. That's all I really wanted, and then the reaction is so much more fun. Because it feels like they balance the reaction around something like that existing, is my vibe. But it doesn't exist. So it makes me just think they wanted the reaction to be like, okay. Which is probably what they wanted. They wanted to be an okay option for uplifting some lower investment things, and that's fine. It's fine. But it limits the potential it has for me to do anything that interesting with it. Especially because whenever you start adding additional... This is the big problem with Lunar Crystallize. If you start adding in additional things that would consume the Hydro Aura, you are going to trigger Lunar Crystallize less, right? Because Lunar Crystallize is oftentimes more limited by the amount of Hydro you're applying than your Geo. It's limited by both, to be clear. But there doesn't seem to be the magic conjunction of a team that does something that interesting. The most interesting thing you can do for Lunar Crystallize is having Nepha in the team. So we can do Columbina and Nepha combo with Lunar Crystallize. Yay. Any advice between Skirk, Zibai, and Varka? Varka, realistically, for a new player, only if you want him. If you have Duran, you'll have more compelling team options for him. If you have Venti, you'll have more compelling team options, but Varka, For Varka to be compelling, it's really reliant on having key supports. Varka has the ability to be good and adaptable, but he's really reliant on having key supports available. And there's a lot of players that don't prioritize pulling supports and just pull whatever flashy main DPSs they like, and then they have like a less compelling conjunction of options for supports, and or even if they have the supports, they don't invest in their builds properly. The amount of times I've seen a Bennett builds that like aren't very well built, like just don't have very much ER, like, oh, 200 ER Bennett is enough. No, it's not. Sorry. And like non-crowned Bennett, like, I'm sorry, it's fucking Bennett, crown him. Anyways, it's like one of the very few builds in the game that's just like, yeah, if you have him, you're gonna actually use him in any amount of teams. Like, to be clear, at this point, Bennett isn't as needed in like a meta level. If we're only operating in Stygian Onslaught context, there's enough teams that are, you know, their strongest teams don't include Bennett. You don't need to over prioritize crowning Bennett, don't get me wrong. You know, only crown Bennett if you're actually using a team with him. But as soon as you're actually using a team with Bennett that regularly, that, you know, you should fucking crown him. Anyways, so I think Oshu's done the toy. Oh yeah, he seems tired out. Okay. I'm gonna here. I'll just go. I'll go turn it off. BRB. Last Eat Lua character with a disappointing kit, like one that was one that was so close to. I'll think of that as I go. Yeah, character that was so close. And there's a minor. I don't know. He might be the only character in the game that has such a simple, minor, specific difference that if it didn't exist, he'd be a completely different character in my mind for what they could do. But anyways, BRB.
Benny's adventure team, assemble! Or not. Let's go find some treasure.
Alright. Apparently he wasn't that tired. He just got bored, I think. Because now they zoom in again. We did the big advocate for at least 300% ER, and sometimes I still don't think it's enough. Yeah. No, Ben is a weird character. There's a reason I want Skyward Blade for him. So, yeah. And if you really like the character, just get the character. Yeah. So like, as far as Zebai versus Skirk versus Varka, Zebai is the one that is strongest on her own, just under her own banner, right? And as much as I don't like Elua is basically made for just her. And even a C0 Elua can be pretty good for Zebai for enabling her to do pretty compelling damage on lower investment levels. The experience with Skirk or Varka on the equivalent context of like having a lower investment options available, like not having the ideal supports, conjunction of supports to give you good team options, means Varka will probably be performing on average for most players much worse than Zebai, and Skirk is in a similar situation but not quite as bad as Varka. But also it's weird because Varka has in theory more versatility than Skirk. That gives you a higher chance of having the different supports. Like even if you don't have Dur and Venti, you can play Shenhe plus Escoffier with Varka, and Shenhe Escoffier Varka with a good build on Varka and decent gameplay, and probably a good build on Shenhe, to be clear, can clear the Fearless Cryo boss next patch, I believe, based on spreadsheet numbers that I've run. And maybe he can even do it with his Sig weapon without Escoffier. And maybe he can even do it without Escoffier without a Sig weapon. Or sorry, with his... Well, no, sorry, yeah, with it. I don't know. There's things that are messed with next patch. Anyways, like... supports matter, right? Zebai is the most strong self-contained unit of the three main DPSs, but pull who you like. The best thing to do is, in my opinion, is pull the characters you like for whatever arbitrary reason, and then pull the units that synergize with them for whatever reason that you see. You know, if you like Yai and you see someone doing something cool with Yai, you know, you could consider pulling characters for Yai. Skirk, you're going to definitely want to have a Scofiate for her to make her feel like she reaches her full potential. For Nefer, you'd really want Llama. But do you actually need them? No. And I think the baseline is you should pull the characters that you actually want to play for whatever reason. And then figure out where you want to go from there. Because you might, and let's say you follow the Zajeff logic of don't touch Nefer if you don't have Llama, right? Because we're operating on like, we don't know when Nefer versus Llama is rerunning, to be clear. But neither of them are available right now. Let's say you have neither of them right now, but based on the Nefer gameplay you've seen me do, you're interested in getting Nefer or something, right? Because I do like playing Nefer quite a lot. Yeah, they are making it increasingly punishing to pull only characters you like. The response to that, in my opinion, should just be fine. Fuck off with your end game. It's like Stygian. I don't know. I have enough fun with Stygian when I don't clear it. Like, I think the most fun I do with Stygian is shit like I did yesterday, where I purposely was like, okay, can I clear every single fearless boss with Stygian? Can I do every single fearless boss using Dia? And like, you know, obviously the crab I know was like a fake clear. I understand, but the point of that is like, that wasn't a full Stygian clear, right? I didn't use 3 different teams because I was using the same character against all the bosses. But it was more fun to do that and for using the end game for doing that than it was to be like, oh yes, yay, I cleared dire difficulty, guys. Wee. Like, I don't give a shit. It's more fun just to like approach them on an individual level for doing fun things. Like, I'm glad Stygian exists as difficult endgame to incentivize some amount of like a piece of content that actually justifies investing more, because Abyss even now has a pretty finite limit for actually seeing any meaningful real improvement for like improving your builds even, or pulling new supports for them, other than like, wow, it takes me 10 seconds to clear instead of 15 seconds to clear for like really OP teams. To be clear, OP teams even with Abyss nowadays don't like take 15 seconds to clear usually. Like, my Skirk will clear a Skirk Shill Abyss, to be clear, quite fast. I assume that there's a very good chance I'll clear in 1 rotation or 2, but still. That means any build improvements on my Skirk at this point, I'll probably see, unless it reaches a breakpoint where I can clear in less attacks and whatever, it's going to see very minor improvements in Abyss, whereas I would see more noticeable improvements in Stygian from improving my builds and improving my gameplay. That's cool, right? But if you don't have the things to make Skirk work properly in Stygian, that it's fine. It's like enjoy Skirk elsewhere, right? Like, there's enough content in the game to enjoy the character elsewise. And if you have a weaker Skirk build, it means she's probably more engaging to play, and you have more reason to min-max her gameplay in Overworld even, right? Like, there's challenges in Overworld that aren't easy to deal with necessarily. So, anyways, level 100 Lanya and Dia, yeah. There's more of a story to the Lanyan one. Dia was the one that I chose to do myself. My viewers chose to level 100 Lanyan for me. That was ultimately all the resources I had. To simplify the story is I like these characters. They are my favorite characters to play at this point in time. Yai level 100 is probably next, although to be honest, actually, what's Varka's base attack? Yeah, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding, but I think I might do it. I got lucky recently. I've gotten 2 more. I might level 100 Varka before Yai. I like Yai, don't get me wrong. But like, my Duke. Alright, he has 353 base attack. Holy shit. He goes
Joined me on an adventure in ages.
This is 2026 character base attack increase. Mr. Duke gets fucking 80 more base attack. He gets 80 more base attack. To be clear, I don't have to build a level 100 him immediately, but I could. Like, next patch, I could very intentionally choose. Where's this? I can't see it. I could choose one of my standard banner units that are C6 and get another Maskless Fortuna. I can very intentionally, within 2 months, have level 100 Varka. I think Varka's reasonably playable if one has Durin but not Venti. Yeah, 100%. Based on nothing but hypotheticals. Should I say this? Look, shields are nice. I'm not saying this for any particular reason. Shields are nice, okay? And 5-star burst animations come at a cost. As even with buffed Venti kit, I think Venti is a compelling option for giving Varka more team options. I'm glad I have Venti. Okay? I'm glad I have Venti. I think I will get more value out of him. Like, I was regretting getting Venti for a bit. Post Varka, I think I'm going to be glad I have Venti. Okay? But shields are nice. And Lanyon exists. So, yeah. Anyways. 80 base attack. So, I mean, for Varka, remember, Varka, you usually, not always, usually would do double attack percent. So, he has a lot of attack percent he's being built with. And so that means, so if Varka is getting 80 more base attack, let's go to my hypothetical Vorka build. This is with a Pyro Goblet, but because there is a situation where I might use Pyro Goblet instead. But if we go, well, you know what, I can just here. Man, that's fine. We don't, okay. This should be pretty simple. So 46.6. So 0.466 plus 0.466 plus off piece is 0.041 plus 0.117 there plus 2-piece is 0.18 and then the 4-piece bonus is plus 0.25 and then anything else I have. So this is with my exact pieces, right? Oh, we gotta factor in team-wide buffs. You probably have noblesse most of the time, so we'll be conservative and assume at least just one like team-wide attack percent buff. On my account, I will very likely in most Varka teams probably have more than one team-wide attack percent buff going on. Bennett is giving a flat buff, not a percentage-based buff. If I do end up using Eons on, so you know what, I think actually to factor on my account the fact that I have like Eons on C2, which is a % attack buff, like I'm just going to assume actually I have a little bit more. So we'll just be we'll simplify down to I'll have about 200% attack total. So that's 2 times. So that means 80 base attack is getting multiplied by 2, so that's an additional 160 from my attack percent stats, plus the 80 base attack itself, so that means I'm getting an additional 240 attack. And an additional 240 attack, plus the fact that going from level 90 to 100 is like a set increase based on enemy like defense differential, because he's not a lunar DPS, he doesn't ignore defense, right? So his you know his base level relative to the enemy matters too, is like a couple percentage increase. Like it's probably going to be closer to a 10% damage increase for him compared to other characters. Like for Lanyon, for example, it's around like a 5% DPS increase. For Varka, it's probably going to be closer to 10%. Is my guess. And 10% is not insane, don't get me wrong. His constellations or his signature weapon are more than that. But it's still there, and it's on the table, and I think I might enjoy him enough. Like, I don't know. I would really, really adore for him to, like Mahoyo, I gotta emphasize, we are hours away from Varka announcement to see if the cope is real, okay? I will pull... Even though I really freaking need to save for Nicole and I shouldn't be doing stupid things. But you know what? I think Varka is releasing shortly before my birthday. So I can just like do a birthday stream or something and be like, yeah, fuck it. I'm buying myself a birthday gift. Hello, Agro. I want Varka's weapon. And I would love to get C1. Right? C2 is a little weird, but we don't need to talk about that. Yeah, if Varka is free, I'm definitely 100% getting it. C1R1. I basically assure you I'm getting C1R1 Varka if he's free. So, C1 or weapon better? I think it depends. It depends on your other weapon options. His SIG is, based on the spreadsheet numbers I've seen people say, my prediction is people are overvaluing his SIG a little bit. But ultimately it's going to depend on the other weapons you have available. Serpent Spine is likely to be, R5 Serpent Spine is likely to be very good on him. Other 5-star stat sticks, Muika's weapon is likely to be very good on him. If you have this laying around, like I have it on Navia. Like realistically for me, I actually don't necessarily think, I think for me going for C1 Varka would be the priority. Over his weapon on like a damage increase level is my guess. But it also gives attack speed, so you know, which makes him feel better. What's C1 do? Aggro? Yeah, Aggro's in the chat. Aggro just speaks in emotes though. Don't speak English with Aggro. You gotta speak coquette. So anyway, Divine Vitor is a private prime for 3 months in a row. Thank you. Serpent Spine, you only get 1 stack in Stygian if you have skill issue, yes. Sorry. Like, look, I said before, Lanyan exists, shielders exist, and you might end up wanting, can I emphasize it anymore? You might end up wanting a shielder for Varka. Not everyone, not in all contexts. He's a weird character. You might end up wanting a shielder. If you have, say, a Lanyan with with her OP shield, and you're playing, the only downside and where you will actually take damage then is if like her shield expires and you spend too long on field and whatever. Like you got to be a little bit decent, but not that good to play with Lanyan shield and Serpent Spine and not take any damage. You will get 5 stacks on it. I think Serpent Spine is being undervalued by some people in spreadsheets because they are defaulting to Stygian just only having 1 stack because they're assuming you're always playing fucking Venti Durin and that you're going to take damage. And in which case, yeah, if you're playing always Venti Durin, you're going to take damage. I don't think people are going to want to default to that in a lot of enemy contexts anyways. I think people will want a shielder with him. And if you're playing a shielder with him anyways, that functionally uplifts the value of this weapon. So, and makes it way closer to his SIG potentially. So, but anyways, it's annoying still. Don't get me wrong. I still want his SIG, I think. Wolf's Greystone, yeah, it should be decent, but not incredible. Like Serpent Spine, I think is going to be better, at least at R5. We'll see. So, anyways, let's go finish looking through my artifacts a little bit here. Just in case there's other artifacts I can sneak out other than, because the fact that I've already found 2 artifacts that were like, yeah, these can be unlocked and thrown away, because I don't again, like I can, because of the fact that the only context in which I think I would use Serenade on Nilou now is with Aino. If I'm going to go back to playing Aino, Lauma, Nilou, Nefer, I can just use Serenade on Aino. It's fine. And Nilou can be on instructors. Keep that. That's a cracked off piece. I forgot this domain gave me the weird, like, how do I have 2 pieces that are 14 crit rate, 14 crit damage, and both have HP percent, and one has ER? Like, I got these like within 2 days of each other, by the way. Like, what? These are the only like feathers on my account that are this balance of crit, and I got them within days of, like, what freaking RNG wackadoodleness was this? Anyways, no way an angel won't give a shield. Yeah, I am like 90% positive that Nicole will give a shield, and Nicole will probably not apply off-field. Well, okay, that I'm not as confident on. If Nicole applies off-field pyro, it would actually be bad, I think, for Varka teams for having team options for him. But a hypothetical angel could do hypothetically a lot, depending on what her hypothetical kit hypothetically does. I mean, I'm being silly there because we have no idea. We'd have no idea. But I do think Varka illuminates some likely possibilities of what Nicole will do. And I think her intention is probably to replace Bennett. For Varka, at minimum. The question does... of course, where else does Nicole replace Bennett? And is that a problem on a balance level? How cooked is this game's balance going to be if Nicole replaces Bennett on, like, every team? Like, oh my god, if Nicole replaces Bennett for Moika. I mean, to be clear, maybe that'd be a good thing then if Nicole... I don't want Nicole to apply off-field pyro, because we already have Durin. It's a Hexerai unit that does some conjunction of buffing and off-field damage. I don't think it makes sense for Nicole to apply pyro off-field. So I don't want her to. But if she does, and she has the ability to like be used with Moika, that would make sure that she's not just power creeping Moika, and that's maybe a good thing. But we're speculating based on lore? Yeah, we're speculating based on lore. You got it, Earnwings. Yep. You are correct, 100%. 100% just speculating based on lore. Nicole's a yapping debuffer, yeah. So, she's probably gonna have she's probably gonna have a kit that restricts her in some way to being incentivized to Hexerai teams, specifically, is my assumption. But Hexerai team combos at this point, in my opinion, are a lot more interesting than non-Cry team combos. So, which is heavily in part because of the fact that they made old characters that had interesting kits be Hexerai. So. Yep. Nicole be top tier explorer. She's mute in game. Honestly, you know what? One of the best exploration overworld teams is going to be for movement abilities, assuming Nicole doesn't yap and could have an exploration ability of her own. Lanyon, even if Nicole has shields, right? Which who knows? But Lanyon movement ability, Nicole and Varka movement ability. He's an animo character. Of course he's going to have a movement ability. Right? Opening all chests without repetitive lines, yeah. You know what? I don't know. She's definitely going to have voice lines. I just hope that she doesn't have a story quest where like she becomes not mute, right? And that's the justification for it. You know what I would want? This would be like extra annoying, honestly. But to make sure that you know that she is still not talking to you, like she's only talking in your head. If they did something minor, like what if it, like, okay, I already talk pretty close to the microphone, but it's like, what if she talks right in the microphone kind of thing? Like she's talking in your head, or like something kind of annoying, or to tell the player, yeah, she is still talking to in your head, or like there was text that popped up on screen to incent like when you open a chest, it has the voice line that she's talking in your head, but also still a text on screen. Like, so there's a text bubble that pops up every time you open a chest. Would be really funny. It'd be annoying. It'd be really annoying. But you can just switch to a different character and not open the chest with her. So like it'd be fine. Her combat voice lines are her talking to herself. That would be funny. I don't know. I'm curious what they'll do with her voice line gimmick. So I don't know. Or I just don't want them to do the really lame thing of making her... Do I need this anymore? Like 21 HP, 28, 60... I mean, it's just less... It doesn't matter. Even if I use a build on Mulan that over crits, what is the purpose? No, this can be gotten rid of. Okay. See, this is why we do spring cleaning. There's so many freaking artifacts. What does this do? Nothing. This does nothing for me on this account at this point. Like, it has the exact same ER, less HP, and less crit damage. So even if I'm overcapped on crit rate, this piece is still better. So why did I keep it? Right? But anyways, I think, yeah, I think Nicole, whatever Nicole's gimmick is, could be done well. I just don't want her to have a quest where she becomes not mute. That'd be the lame and most boring thing. So, let my angel be mute. It's more fun if she talks in our heads. So, yeah. Anyways, that's a weird one. 27 CV, but it's all crit rate and HP percent on scroll. I know for a fact that I used this when I played around with Scroll Mulan with Skirk, but I didn't really like it that much, and I'm not going to default to playing it. So what are my other Hydro Goblets is the question. And what are the Hydro DPSs that I care about having a Hydro Goblet on? You, I use HP. You, I use on Hydro Goblet. I don't really play Neuvillette. Yelan, I have an onset Emblem Goblet. Neuvillette, I have a different goblet for, and he doesn't need the extra crit rate. Like, maybe situationally for Candace, but Candace has ER needs. And you too, you have ER needs too. I actually don't think there's a context where this goblet matters for me. Like, also I have this. I didn't even realize. It's an inverse, but it has ER. This has ER. Like, I'd be throwing away a piece that has crit rate that maybe I would need in some hypothetical context in the future, but like, the conjunction of stats here, I just don't think it's ever going to be relevant. I think I'm going to throw it away. At this point, I think it's safe. It's slightly risky on the level of like, yeah, maybe I'll want it on Mulan in the future or whatever, but I think it's more value as not as something else at this point. So come up with a character with say def stats, a high probability you won't roll def. I'm not sure about this, but it's happening with me, so I just wanted to check if that's really the case. No, it's not the case. That is a symbolic thing you can do to, like, if you want to reverse psychology by like equipping your def percent piece to an attack scaling unit to make it roll really well, you can do that. There's nothing actually in game. There is absolutely no proof of anything other than like when you roll your artifact, there's a 1 in 4 chance each upgrade will roll into one of the stats, right? There's absolutely no real proof I have seen. There's been some things that have popped up, and like there is theoretical RNG manipulation that happens with computer systems, to be clear. The problem that with why RNG manipulation is not actually possible with Hoyoverse games is because it's all controlled on the server side, and they very likely change the seed on a daily basis for, assuming they don't have any, because they could have chaos-based like real-world simulation, like cryptography type things to enforce RNG. But most likely these simple systems in the games are just a server-side check that runs some kind of system that has some kind of algorithm that determines a seed for how the RNG grows, which means technically, yes, technically on a technical level, it's not RNG, but it is functionally RNG in practice because there's no way to control the result. If you lived in Hoyoverse's servers, you could theoretically, if you were an engineer who lived in Hoyoverse servers who had unlimited access to their servers, you could theoretically extract seeds and predict what the outcomes would be. But you don't have access to that, and in fact, they probably have measures in place in the company itself to prevent even company employees from accessing that information without like specific approval from like an executive that would require it for some reason, unless they have bad employee policies. So it's a superstition. It's fun to have because, you know, we do that with, it's human behavior when it comes to RNG things. Humans are really bad at properly getting intuition for statistics, and we like to label reasons for things happening as explanations for things, and we see patterns. We are inclined to see patterns, but patterns with RNG are oftentimes just random things that happen to organize in a way that look like a pattern when it's actually nothing. So anyways, think you're throwing away too many artifacts. 800 doesn't seem like too many. I mean, what, okay, then fine. I'm willing to hear you out, Botnews. What does the artifact do for me then? What is this artifact? Like, I'm not going to say I'm going to immediately throw it away, but like I'm not immediately throwing this to level another piece. You only really need to do this, to be clear, when you need the XP. But I've been overdue for a while going through artifacts that I don't think actually have any context for use. Like, I'm not going to throw away this, even though I'm like not playing DP Persona very often, and I don't think this will very often be useful. It's too good of a stat value piece, I'm not going to throw it away, right? But this piece, in which like, can you illustrate to me a context in which, and this could be a hypothetical in the future even, in which this would be relevant to use over the existing piece I had, right? Because what do you mean I've been throwing away too many artifacts? I've thrown away 4. Like, I've unlocked 4 artifacts so far. The Hydra Goblet is, I would argue, the most likely one that could actually end up being useful. But, and I haven't actually thrown them away yet. Again, they're like potential throwaways. Like this piece, I'm not going to throw away, I don't think. I think this is too good of a conjunction of stats. But it's a weird one, because it's like not a good off piece, and not likely to be that relevant on Mulan. But I have used it before on Mulan when I have needed more crit rate stats before, because I can actually use a crit damage weapon on her, right? So I'm not going to throw it away, that's why I'm not going to. Because there are contexts where it can make sense. Like, not going to throw away that, not going to throw it. This one's a weird one, too. Like, I don't use it very often. But, I mean, that's too good a weird conjunction of stats. Like, I don't think I am being that aggressive with throwing things away. But I'll hear you out. If you think there's a context in which is relevant. But you're going to have to illustrate to me a hypothetical at minimum. That can be like, yeah, imagine with how rare it is to get... Because I might, you're not wrong in that. I might never get another Hydro Goblet that has 13.6 crit rate. Let alone... no, I shouldn't say never, but, you know. But let alone a Hydro Goblet on this set in particular. I'll probably never get another Hydro Goblet like this on this set. So you could illustrate to me a context where this set you could think is relevant, or either current or hypothetical future, or you could illustrate just a Hydro Goblet being relevant in general with this amount of crit rate. I just don't think in the current state of Genshin, with how things have been going, with them always doing like free crit rate sets and whatever, and for what my experience has been on my account, reflecting on it in the past couple of years, for the kinds of teams I've been enjoying playing the most, that the extra crit rate on this compared to my other Hydro Goblets matters. Like, I think very likely I would end up not using this goblet anyways as an off piece over the pieces that had like extra ER stats, right? Like, I think there is a hypothetical situation where this would be the perfect piece, but not an improvement enough relative to matter. Like, I doubt. I've thrown away pieces like this before where it's like, oh yeah, that could be good. But I don't know. I tend to be liberal throwing pieces away because if I'm not, I just don't have the resources to level newer pieces. And like I don't need to unlock 30 pieces today. Don't get me wrong. I might end up relocking this piece or other pieces because I will solve my like XP problem. But you know, flowers and feathers mixed stats can go, but wouldn't touch the rest too much. Like, I don't necessarily agree with that, because flowers and feathers tend to be the most powerful off pieces, and therefore weird mixed stats for flowers and feather, like it's you're more likely, because it's guaranteed band state, you're more likely to have a weird conjunction of substats on a flower or feather that ends up being the ideal off piece. That's on my account, at least. I've had that happen. Like, if I had more cracked circlets maybe as off pieces, I would maybe feel otherwise, I guess. But most of the time I find that when I have the opportunity to do an off piece, because I have an onset goblet, flowers and feathers are my best ones, and that, in my opinion, biases towards like having weird combinations of mixed stats on flowers and feathers is more valuable. So even if you need it, it would be so unsatisfied you'll craft a replacement. Yeah, that's a fair factor too, yeah. Like, if I'm so unsatisfied with a build and I'm like, oh shit, if only I fucking had a 13.6 crit rate Hydro Goblet, I would, like, if I really actually feel like I missed this, I could indeed craft a replacement in the future. That's true. That's a factor I hadn't considered even. A Fab user? Yeah, that's the only case I can actually see too. Like Fab Candace, maybe. But again, Fab Candace is going to want extra ER anyways. So like, it's just like dealing with a little bit more RNG. So, I don't know. It could be an onset goblet for Fab Candace though, which I think is fair. So this is a case where like I'd like to like mark this with like a special thing that doesn't lock it, where it's just like mark it as like a red, as in like a, maybe red, not red. Mark it with something that indicates to me like, oh, this is an artifact that's not like a priority to throw away, but is a consideration to throw away if I need the XP kind of thing, right? But I don't know, the kinds of artifacts that people I've thrown away. There's many artifacts I've thrown away that people would be like, oh my god, how could you throw that away? I'm definitely not throwing away this one. If I ever want to min-max Whimsy, I think I have... Yeah, this is a 4-liner. I have this as a 4-liner. Like, I have some pieces to actually get a ridiculous Whimsy build in Arlecchino, actually, at this point. This is a 4-liner. or Clorind, obviously. I have this on-set goblet for Clorind. Like, all I need is to reroll my sanity away, and then I have a god tier Clorind or even Arlecchino build. I guess what? I also have a 4-liner crit damage circlet. And I already have a good crit rate circlet, so there's a reason that some of these pieces... Actually, you know what? Fuck it, I'll star them again. There's a reason some of these Whimsy pieces are starred. I just got a little bit unlucky with how they rolled meh, and it means my Gladiator build is still better. So... They're more often forced to take an offset Sans Goblet Circlet? Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Like, as far as off-piece goblets, I think I have better off-piece goblets most of the time. So, like, an on-set goblet fab piece is why I'd consider wanting to use this. And the fact that this gives, like, even the 2 pieces energy refunding is interesting, but I don't know. It's weird. Well, there's weird pieces like this. Like, I haven't gotten any use of this, but this is a weird piece that I don't really want to throw away. Because, again, low roll value, but then there's a magic character I feel like this would be perfect for. There's a hypothetical Mulan that'd be perfect for. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not saying it's the incorrect approach to be more conservative with throwing away artifacts. I somewhat regret taking the risk throwing away the Chiori onset goblet, which was a pretty coat goblet, because it was on the logic of continuing to farm a little bit of Golden Troop to fix her build, which I think is worth it. I think it's worth it getting some more Golden Troop artifacts for the purpose of Chiori or other things for me in the future, but it maybe wasn't the smartest short-term goal, because right now I can't really properly use Chiori on, on Golden Troop, unless I yoink my official artifact, and then it's okay. Not great, but okay. And that would force me to have to use not Harbinger of Dawn too, I believe. So... Anyways, I don't think there's actually that many pieces I'm super considering throwing away. Oh, unironically, this is one of the ones that this is one of the earlier feathers I got with Skirk, and I was like, oh, sick. This is probably going to be my Skirk feather forever, because it's, 4 crit rolls. It's good enough. This, yeah, no attack percent. Oh, well. And then I crafted a piece because I was like, yeah, because I had too much crit rate in some context. So I was like, okay, I would like one with more crit damage. So I crafted this, and I got this, and I was like, okay, happy with that, because this didn't require rerolls. This was just a crafting, so that was happy. And then the domain gave me the god tier piece, basically a little bit low roll values, but so now it's like, okay, these ones are weird. Where I don't want to throw this away. Like, I'm not gonna throw this one away in particular because it has HP percent. 40 CV with HP. Why would I throw that away? That seems dumb. But then this piece, yo, is like, I don't know. I actually think I should throw this away at some point. I'm not going to yet, but it is a consideration because it's kind of useless on my account. But I'll keep it for now. I strongbox so many attack percent goblets. Nice. What's Varka's best team? On a spreadsheet level, should end up being Aoife or Venti. Most likely Venti. I think Aoife's going to be more clunky than Venti with Duran Bennett. But that's a spreadsheet assumption. That assumes you don't want to shield sometimes. And also it assumes that, you don't want to put other elements in the team because an enemy, every fucking enemy tends to have an element incentivization. Like what neutral enemy context is there that exists? Name it. Name what fucking enemy has a neutral context. I mean, there is some, but they're ones that are neutral for element and instead incentivize oh, you need Night Soul or you need fucking lunar damage, right? In which case, okay, shoving in certain teammates and turning Varka into a different element DPS going to mean against certain enemy contexts, Varka's best team is not that team. So, anyways, I maintain my perspective that you need to account for context in order to properly evaluate the utility of a character. But on a spreadsheet level, Venti, Varka, Duran. On a real level, don't forget there's nuance. Yeah, this artifact has been a weird one for a while on the account. Like, high roll values and crit, lucky 777s, flat HP. Basically, never gets to end up using it. It's never going to be used as an off piece, I'd say. But then it's an interesting on-set piece in some theoretical context. Either it's 2-piece, 2 pieces, or it's a 4-piece. Yes, I had that. Oh yeah, I used these on Yelan, didn't I? For doing a funny nuke Yelan build, didn't I? I remember. Boy, would I like a better crit damage circlet than this. Minor things I want to do. I want more golden troop circlets. I want more Guild of Dreams circlets still. I want more Shimenawa's pieces, I guess, at this point. So... anyways, I think I'm good at this point. I think I freed up enough artifacts that I'm relatively happy with the flexibility of XP I got out of this. Oh man, I remember getting this piece from Strongbox and being real sad. Oh, I was so sad about this one. Also, I'm pretty sure it trolled me, by the way. The first 2 rolls were crit damage. And then the rest went into flat HP. I was so upset. Because this was also acquired. Like, I was Strongboxing for Hybrid Raiden. I was upset by this one. I might actually throw this one away. I don't think I'm ever going to reroll it. I have way better off pieces. Because even for Hybrid Raiden, even if I get C2, like, I need ER substats enough that, like, this is just not the priority reroll. It's sad. This feels sad and maybe wrong to throw away, but, like... yeah, CV is crit value. Yeah, 2 times crit rate plus crit damage. It's just a shorthand for evaluating. Crit is the generic for crit-based damage dealers, the generic stat that tends to be the most valuable for increasing your character's damage. So, yep. So many memories during cleanup, yeah. Just looking at the Twitch chat? No. If you thought YouTube chat was broken, it's because you guys aren't chatting enough, I don't think. It has all the messages on OBS to me. It's updating perfectly fine to my end. I don't know. Anyways. Yeah, this one's a weird one. I don't know. I had it marked as a reroll potential for a while, but like, I get far more pieces that are worth considering rerolling than actually should be rerolled. And like, I don't know. The hypothetical, actually, you know what? I was going to say the hypothetical value is if I get that to roll, it could be like a cracked off piece for Nefer. I do have an off piece of Nefer. Right now it's a circlet. But if I get it to roll really heavily into crit damage, maybe it's perfect. Except guess freaking what? I already have the perfect goddamn, and I know it's on a Nefa, but like, a Nefa's not going to lose that much if I switch her to like a not-EM timepiece build with a different... I want to switch her off of Staff of Scarlet's Hands anyway sometimes. I already have this. What freaking reality? Like, oh no, it doesn't have a crit rate on it. Whoop-de-doo. Like, I'm going to reroll that freaking emblem timepiece 17,000 times until it becomes the equivalent of that, but 50 CV or whatever. Like, no. I'm not gonna reroll that timepiece until it becomes... like, I can't think of a context. And I have other EM timepieces that are heavy in crit rate. Right? I got this piece with ER. One bad roll. Oh well, sad. I got this piece. I have this piece, one of my best pieces on my account, if you don't need the ER. Like, at this point, I just think I don't freaking need it. It has a lot of potential, but honestly, fuck this piece. It disappointed me, it slapped me in the face. I'm gonna slap it back. To the trash can you go. Also, I have that obsidian piece that has like 17 ER and 25 CV. So, yes, EM pieces indeed do value ER, not crit, yeah. Usually. Which is a big reason why it's not worth foddering, I don't think. Or, sorry, not worth foddering, not worth keeping. Okay. Deepwood, I think I will keep everything I have. Yeah, keep that, keep that. If anything, Deepwood has said I want more artifacts in. Keep that, keep that. This one I haven't used in a long time, but it's emblem, so I'll keep it. Similar story with this one. Obviously, ER timepiece on emblem. That one's starred because... no, it's a 4-line. Oh, okay, never mind. It's been starred as a potential reroll piece, but honestly, I'm gonna unstar it. Nope, not unlock it. Keep it locked. Okay, actually, no. Actually, you know what? I think I just started because sometimes I just need to go find my double crit emblem timepiece. I have another one that is... Yeah, this one is just better at a baseline. But anyway, sometimes I just need to find my emblem timepiece. You know, I'll unstar it. That is ER main stat. But someday I would like to get a really good emblem timepiece that's ER. I should use elixirs, honestly, to try to craft a perfect one at some point. And then I can throw away this piece, right? And all I'd want like 35 CVE plus attack percent. And that'd be what I'd be most happy with. Alright. I think... Oh, this goblet. Pale flame, huh? So I have a really, really cracked off-piece physical goblet. I'm not gonna throw away this piece. I feel like that's too good. But like, these two do make a set together. This one's a weird one. That one is a weird one. I've had this for a long time and never thrown it away. I have this weird situation where like one of these pieces is probably worth throwing away. It's probably the 8.2 query one. But they're both 4-liners, by the way. They're both 4-liner duplicates of the same ass piece that rolls in the same ass way. Like, I'm probably gonna reroll neither of them, let's be real, so I guess we'll unlock this. I don't need both of these. Tenacity is good, but not that good. To need 2 duplicates of that. Sylvian subscribed with 7 months. Wow. Fremine pieces, yeah. Varka be alright as a Fizz DPS? No. Sadly. His multipliers... Wait. Double check before I say my bullshit. I'm 90% sure his multipliers don't get modified by his passive if his normal type multipliers. Like the not skill based normal type multipliers, aka the converted ones. No, yeah. It specifically says he has to be in the Sturmendrung. He has to be in a special state from his skill. So that means his default multipliers are Pooh Bear garbage. He is a very bad physical DPS. Do not play him physical. Unless you want to do Dragon Strike because your name is Tars Blammo. Oh, yeah, I forgot I had that. This used to be the highest CVEM piece, I think, on my account for a while, until a few months ago. I got the Skirk EM piece. Alright, yeah, I think my Crimson pieces are kind of in a weird space where, like, Crimson is not that good, but it's also not that bad. It's, like, not worth farming anything more. But I think I'll keep them all. I kind of want to farm more Thundering Fury, to be honest. Like, the point at which I farmed Thundering Fury and which I stopped farming it was quite a while ago, when my artifact power level was at a level where I would say my 4-piece Thundering Fury sets were good enough that it was worth stopping. Now my 4-piece Thundering Fury is like meaningfully worse than what I have for other options is. So even if 4-piece Thundering Fury is an interesting option, it ends up being much worse because it can't compete with my other combos. But I don't think there's any specific pieces I'd want to throw away without getting a better piece to replace it, right? Like this piece. This has been starred, I don't know why. Okay, let's be real. There's no reason to re-roll that. EM. Glad pieces are too good. Okay, I'll leave it there. I think I'll leave it there. Like, that is... If I want to... So first of all... Filter... Like now, if I want to go, let's... Wait, can we find one that's relevant to level up? I'm sure we can. Yeah, you know what, sure. What does this have to roll? This has to roll like really heavily into crit damage and attack percent to be relevant. But now I have, you know, a whole bunch of artifacts that are relevant to check. Or relevant to use as fodder. They're not all equivalent priority to use as fodder, but yeah. So, I'm not going to just default to throwing them all, but frick it. Thanks. Useless. Alright, I already have like a S tier feather. And it is, I mean, to be clear, should I keep it? Maybe, I guess, but like... I'll level this too. 10.5. I mean, this could still be a really good piece, to be clear. I have a 4-liner that rolled all into crit and attack percent. So, like, the reason to keep it would be, like, as a Duran piece. Maybe. But, meh. Speaking of meh. EM roll's interesting, but I'm gonna say no. Alright. Should I roll the ER timepiece? Is there a context where I want ER timepiece on Mr. Whatever's? I mean, on Duran, honestly, maybe, yeah. So, you know, it's worth checking. Give me all the crit. That is crit. Also didn't even like want to double. Yeah, we can throw that. Okay. Well, alright, I guess what we're ending with is going and farming artifacts. If this rolls well, then we never need an ER timepiece on that side again, which is nice. Defense Eula best for Snitch Knight, yeah. Clean up on support artifacts, hard to throw DPS sets, I guess, yeah. I would say, generally speaking, but in cases like the couple things like the DPS pieces that like for Mulan, or sorry, not the DPS, the support pieces for like Nilou Serenade, like maybe I should have kept those, but they were like a bunch of flat HP rolls that were specifically good for basically Nilou and maybe Chevreuse. Like I don't know, they haven't been thrown away yet, to be clear. Like maybe I will still end up changing my mind and keeping them, but I needed to give myself options to have more flexibility with leveling pieces. I have more unlocked than I necessarily needed to right now. So, but it's important to go through and know what you're fine with throwing away, and willing to lose. Because I was definitely running into issues lately where I was like, this is always the sign to me of when I know I need to like go and clean things. I was running into issues where I was farming artifacts and I was like, oh, I do not have, I'm like motivating myself to go and farm more in the artifact domain just because like I needed more fodder to continue leveling up artifacts when my fodder is already in my inventory. I just need to figure out which things are fine to be foddered, right? So, what about Flynn's? Like the ER time? What do you mean? Was there Flynn's pieces I should level? I don't think I'm getting Flynn's, by the way. I'm kind of too all into Varka. I think I'm all in on Varka. Like if I get lucky with Varka, let's say I do 2 temples, get a Varka, and then I have a somehow have a why did I go grab that? Somehow have an immediate repeat of what happened with Columbina weapon. One single pull gets me Varka Sig. Seems unlikely now because Columbina Sig I was like, it'd be cool to have. Well, sure, a yellow temple, but now that I want Varka Sig, we know it's gonna go terribly, right? That's how this goes. Not how it doesn't. No, it's not how it. Again, this is we were talking about weird psychology rationalizations of RNG before. It's what it feels like, though. Well, that's what it feels like. Is when you actually want a signature weapon, it goes terribly. Anyways, Yeah, as far as like Flynn's goes, I would be slightly upset by a Flynn's Varka banner. Because like it is meh. Okay, what is so I don't know. A Flynn's Varka banner, Flynn's Escoffier, or Flynn's Skirk. Or sorry, not Flynn's Skirk. Sorry, Varka, the combination for Varka weapon banner. Because it seems like Escoffier, Skirk, and Flynn's are rerunning. Is Varka with Flynn's, Varka with Escoffier, Varka with Skirk. I would, for wishing on the weapon banner for me, since I want Varka's weapon, I'd vastly prefer Escoffier. Because Escoffier's sake is just really good. For characters other than Escoffier. So, there's that. The fact that I already have Skirk's signature weapon means that getting another copy of Skirk's Sig is not very good. Would I want to level it? Is the real question. Like, it'd be funny to put on Bennett. Just leave it as a default on Bennett. Give him the weird mystical ice abyss sword or something. I don't know. But it wouldn't really do anything most of the time other than occasionally make him land a funnier crit. But it'd be pretty good stat stick to have in some cases too. I don't know. Like, it's probably not worth refining. I think Skirk is the worst option for me. Because, like, at the very least, I believe Flynn's weapon on Inefa is pretty interesting. Like, I would probably strongly consider it. It's just weird in that my Inefa build is already perfect on Staff of Scarlet Sand, so switching her to a Flynn's weapon build would be weird. So, I'd be fine with Flynn's. I'd be fine personally. But again, weapon matter is just going to depend on you. Like, obviously, yeah, as you said, you would prefer Skirk Varka. I think that'd be the worst one for me. It's just going to depend for different people. Is there any 4-stars that are relevant they could put on the banner that I care about? That'd make me happy? Sacrificial Staff. They could rerun the non-cry polearm. I would be happy to get that. Yeah, Varka Escoffier is, I think, my ideal. And I would argue it's probably the ideal to the most number of accounts, too. Because Escoffier Sig can be useful on Eon's On, very good on Eon's On in a lot of contexts, and can be very good on Shivers. And then there's other more niche utility, and obviously Escoffier. But I'm saying, like, if people don't have Escoffier, they can very likely still get value from it. And it's also, even on like a crit stat stick level, if you don't have any like crit damage stat stick weapon, it is not really much worse than Homa in most cases. Even if you don't get the healing passive. So, yep. Breeze Resort route with the 120 artifacts and all spots have Mora. Yeah. Normally I do a little bit of Breeze route after I do the Liyue route and a little bit of the Inazuma ship. Just what I'm habitually used to. I also still go get these ones even though it's not worthwhile, but I've now pretty much memorized the route, but I can just kind of autopilot it. So, habit's hard to break, you know. If only we had a really tall creature. For no reason in particular, do you guys remember how, you know, tall male models run the fastest in Genshin? What do you, like, we know Varka a big boy. If that pattern holds, right, and they want Varka to, because the reason, like, tall characters run faster in Genshin is because, like, because it's just a thing they did on a game design level, I believe, to make it feel like, you know, because if a bigger character, taller character moves slower, it feels like they're moving too slow kind of thing, right? So it's about actually making the feel of characters feel the same on a baseline level. And when you get to the nitty gritty of min-maxing your movement ability in Overworld, you can definitely notice taller characters move faster. And Varka, we already know Varka is the tallest boy in this game. And it's not close. So, yeah. Plus, if he's an animal boy with a movement ability, you know. Anyways, I should end the stream so I can actually work on a video to hopefully release tomorrow. And then, we can get into things. Although, I don't know, I kind of want to go do Enfield Endgame. Has anyone in the chat done the Enfield Endgame? Is there like a 20-minute quest to do before you can actually do it? Or is there an unlock condition like completing the entire Wuling story or whatever? Sumeru Bubbles and Natlan Night sold things for artifacts 120. I don't know what Sumeru Bubbles are. Oops. Yeah, I remember that. I still make that mistake constantly. Yoink. Anyways, I don't necessarily need to finish the full artifact route today, but I may as well, I feel like. My full artifact route. But yeah, I make no claims that my route is the efficient route. But my route pretty much maxes it out in a relatively short amount of time for me. What am I doing? No, that was iron. Where was the... There was is it this one? No. I thought there was artifacts on this floor. Maybe not. Oh, it's over here. Yep. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. This is not... Yeah, I didn't think so. It is over here. Gimme. And... Shoot. Alright. Easy breezy route, yeah. It is a nice route. It's the best thing about that area. What? Please. There we go. Okay, that's probably enough to level the one piece. Alright. You gonna disappoint us at the end? We might not have enough. No, we do. Alright, let's see. Okay. Alright then. It's fine. It doesn't really matter. It buys it's crit damage anyways, and it's a set that gives crit rate for free. It's fine. It doesn't actually matter that much. Other than to my monkey brain. My monkey brain would have been much happier, but let's be real. It's still nice having that as an option, because let's say... Let's teleport away. Let's say my Durin needs ER, because that just happens sometimes. Like, there's been times where it's just like, you put Fav on him in Stygian. But an alternative might be, indeed, just throwing him on his ER timepiece. And that might be better overall, with all the attack that this set gives too, right? That's the idea. So it's not bad to have as an option. So let's say we equip that. We equip this. We equip this. And we equip... This might be too much crit, right? Let's equip this. And then... Sure, leave him on an attack couplet. That's... Okay, you're very overcapped, dude. So, look, crit rate is a dead stat, I guess is the point here. He has 95 crit rate without the passive. Whoops. My bad. Amanoma Durin. I mean, what happened is it's here right now, but I wouldn't need to... If I'm using Amanoma Durin, I sure as hell hope. What happened is that I need Varka artifacts, yo. That's what happened. So... Anyways, there's Amanoma Durin. Bam. But with way more ER than makes sense to put on Amanoma Durin, so... Yep. Anyways, I don't know. It's a good enough timepiece, I guess. Although, arguably, I guess this could be better, technically. But I'm not gonna bother unless it's a 4-liner. It's a good enough timepiece. If I need it, I need it. Well, we do have a slightly awkward situation of... I don't know, what if we equip that? Pyro Goblet, and then we roll... this instead. Attack Circlet. That's wrong weapon. Now we're overcapped by 1 crit roll, 1 minimum roll. And we have triple attack percent, and we have 180 ER. Or sorry, we don't have triple attack percent, we have a Pyro Goblet. But it's a Pyro Goblet with a bunch of attack subsets, so... You know what, that's a good option. So this is, yeah, I like this artifact, okay? This gives me more flexibility for his builds. It's net gain. We gained. But also not exactly needed. Go back to this. Whoops. Go back to this. This. And this. There we go. There we go. You might be like, what the frick is this coat build? This is maximum buffing Durin build. You can't stop me. 3474 attack. I need all the buffing possible. Anyways. So glad I selected Ember. I could only clear because of her shield and heals. Really interesting. But endgame was fun. Okay. It's only a dialogue and even skippable. Alright. Good to know. Couples around the weather machine if you set it to rain. I see. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, I think I've seen that. I don't think I can do that. It's part of the... You have to unlock it from the quest, right? What the fuck was that? Oh, okay. Okay, we'll go finish this route. This will only take a second. No, don't sit. And then we will go into Poems Only really quick. We're not going to do cleanup in Poems Only. I could use some cleanup in Poems Only, but Poems Only is like... It hyper invests in characters in a way that it's extremely rare to even get an artifact that's worth leveling up after a certain point. And I have so much spare XP. Like, not technically right now. I technically don't have that much spare XP. We went and like looked at my like current fodder. Except if I actually like go and if I went and showed you the artifact inventory and you saw, you know, because we only have polearm characters. If I show you the artifacts that are not equipped, you're like, there's so many artifacts that like anytime I need to level an artifact in polearms only, I can go and find something to fodder. There's no way I couldn't. So polearms only doesn't really need to be cleaned up unless I reach the artifact inventory limit, which actually might happen at some point, and it will be a painful day. All right, go here. I think I might actually maybe I shouldn't grab this piece or this sparkle spot, sorry, because I might cause the other ones to max out along the main route. But I'll risk it. We go here. I saw a screenshot from Enfield's endgame that said it recommended level 90. Does anyone know what the level differential actually is? Like, I know level 90 enables the max like mastery talent, but the resources right now in Enfield to like level up characters even past level 60 are quite expensive, and you can do level 60 once you do the level 60 like promotion, aka ascension in Enfield. You can equip max level gear and you can max out characters' talents except for their mastery talent that I believe requires like level 90, which is way higher resource investment. It's way higher resource investment for like one extra talent level, and the crown is exaggerated. Like the expense of doing the crown seems really expensive. So, and it's not feasible for like me to do that anytime soon right now. And like, my question is then, where in like okay, if it's not relevant to fully level the characters, like to level 90 the characters for those mastery talents and whatever, what I haven't been able to find information on what the relevance of leveling characters is in general, like for your damage calculation, because it has a similar situation to Genshin at a baseline where character's base attack is more from the weapon than it is from your character's base attack. So like the base attack you gain or base stats you gain from level 90, or sorry, from leveling in general, for your Enfield characters isn't that significant, I don't think. That I kind of think the ideal might, big ol' might just be, what am I doing? Need to go here. Level 60 your characters, and then prioritize like maxing out their gear, maxing out essences on weapons. You know, max out their talents to level 9, and then whatever. But you don't need to, like, if there's not a meaningful level differential, because there might be like a defense calculation in the game that means level 60 characters versus level 80 characters is just doing 15% less damage. That exists in Zenless, for example. Like, you basically want to default DPS, level all your DPS units to max. What am I doing? Because there's a significant defense differential, like more significant than Genshin's is. Where Genshin, if you go from like 80 to 90 or 70 to 80, it's only like a few percentage points like more like of an increase. Like not insignificant, not nothing. You should do it if you're using the character a lot in Stygian Onslaught, whatever. But I clear without essences. Okay, I don't have any gold gear yet, by the way, because I have Zero Knight components, but I don't have. Oops. But I don't have enough stock bills to make them. I haven't had time to go and progress Wuling enough to unlock the secondary outpost to start actually generating things. And I got a little bit annoyed with the fact that I got annoyed with the implementation of the transfer system. Didn't support like sending enough batteries at a rate that could keep my Wuling factory powered. So like my current Wuling factory uses like only 500 power right now, and it shuts down because the battery transferal rate is slower than, and like I don't have the space to set up battery manufacturing there right now. So like my only fucking choice is either to like set up low tier battery manufacturing with a very minimal amount of space, or just progress through the story and unlock more space and then set up a real battery manufacturing thing, and I can avoid that problem. It's kind of annoying as fuck. But anyways, it's just fucking Enfield's problem with forcing you to do a bunch of progression before you can actually feel like you can meaningfully have options to like do the factory stuff. It's the same problem the initial area had. It's just over again in Wuling, and it makes the fucking like inventory transfer system feel almost fucking useless to me, which annoys me. But because like the one fucking thing I wanted the inventory transfer system to do, by the way, the one thing I can send you the blueprint for the factory I made to generate the batteries. I don't think I'll need that, but you can use the new battery you get in Wuling. Oh yeah, I should look at how that gets crafted. I actually forgot about that. I'll be able to figure out myself, but thank you, Tars. I enjoyed making my own stuff more. I make my own blueprints, but I don't want to use others. It's just like the one thing I wanted the transfer system to do was be able to transfer batteries so that I didn't have to faff about with power much. I wanted to have my power generation in another area, so I didn't have to set up power generation in a new area. But no. So, a little annoying. Is what it is. Oh yeah, I forgot you could do Originium feeling. I totally forgot. There's not even that many sources of Originium right away, though. Again, you have to do a fuck ton of progression in Wuling before you can actually like have the meaningful amount of mines unlocked. And again, I haven't had time, so check reviews after. Wait, did someone request a review? Oh, my bad. Sorry, Ahmed. Mawika, being 120k max with this build. With Sucrose, Seat Lolly, Bennett. I mean, I am not the expert to ask for Seat Lolly, or sorry, Seat Lolly, with Mawika combos. Go check out 7 Please's video on Mawika's combos. As far as Sucrose specifically, I imagine she's a little clunky gameplay-wise with Sucrose. Right? Trying to keep up VV, I presume. But I don't know exactly. I haven't tried it. But 120k at a baseline with Sucrose doesn't seem that bad. Like, I know 140k with her old combos, to be clear, was the assumption with Eons on C6. And like 120 to 130k was like the C0 assumption with Shilonin. So the fact that you're hitting 120k with Sucrose seems pretty decent at a baseline. So I'm not going to say a skill issue. I think that just might be what you get for that build with playing well, if you know how to do the combos already. But I couldn't like look at your footage and tell you like I am not familiar enough with Moika combos and their nuance therein with different teams in particular, like how Sucrose might fuck with setups or at all. To be able to even tell you like, oh yes, you're doing this wrong with Moika, right? So all I can tell you is go check out like 7 videos, go check out Zajeff's 17,000 of out. If you go watch Zajeff stream, there's a 90% chance when you click on his stream he'll be practicing Moika combos. Please. Yes, Tars is playing Anfield now. There's a certain type of person that I think tends to like factory games, so... KW who's practicing math combos. Of course he was. Of course he was. Oh, God. Yeah, it's either... Right now, Zajeff is either practicing Miliastra combos... Or Miliastra. Practicing Moika combos, or he's playing Vampire Survivors in Miliastra. To be clear, you can make jokes about my content, too. Half of my content is just jumping around Overworld, but yeah, I understand. It's just funny. So many artifacts skipped. Yeah, I mean, I've close enough to maxed out the route. Like, I try to just have a nice one that I can memorize with simple patterns. So, anyways, salvage. Ah, wait. I totally forgot about this. This is HP roller bust. Well, I still got a salvage, but okay. Bye. And now we can salvage. That's not much to salvage because I did use all of it. That makes sense. But that. Wing. Oh, you know what? Wait, we did unlock some level 0 artifacts. We were talking about Chimenalis. Forget. How do we manifest a good Varka piece? By going to Mondstadt, right? Go to his home. Mondstadt crafting table. Tars, did you do the try the end game yet in Enfield? All right, 6 whole artifacts. Timepieces. Okay, that's not what I expected. Interesting. Meh. Maybe, but like, I don't want to prioritize leveling that piece up. Electro Goblet is weird. I would have preferred an attack goblet, for sure. What is this? Flat attack, EM, crit rate, 4 line. Flat attack, EM, crit rate, 4 line. One has def, one has HP. What? Okay. I mean, either of these could be better than my existing attack timepiece and could enable me to have a good Vorka Chimenawas build. So, sure, I guess. Let's check it. Why not? So, we're comparing to this timepiece. So, it'd have to do, like... It had to roll quite well. And EM is not really a relevant stat, I think, for most team contexts I would consider trying this on. Because the one team context, the two team well, the main team context I could consider Varka's Burst relevant for, or sorry, EM relevant for, Varka's Burst, is a team that Varka would burst. So it means that I don't really want the energy draining set, right? So it basically just has to roll crit rate. And like flat attack is fine, I guess. The Electro Goblet might actually be more impactful to try in many ways. Double crit max roll gambit, I guess. Let's see, what piece do I want to get rid of the most? Not that, honestly. Actually, now that I've freed up other artifacts, I'm gonna lock that. Shimenawa, or this piece can probably be thrown away, yeah. Man. I have good enough electric goblins. I think this is irrelevant. Sadly. Sadly. It's like that's a lot of max trolls, but like I don't think there's a reality where it matters. Unless I'm doing it on Zeppies with Varga at this point. Would have been down if it was attack percent for sure. 2026 Shimenawas, yup. 2026 Shimenawas indeed. Thundering Fury stuff with Duke Duke. Yeah, it's not very good though. It's not gonna be very good. I will try it though. Mineral mineral attack. Double. Was this bro? Was this quad? Was this 4 minerals? Mineral U. It was definitely mineral attack. And then it went from 16 to, I think one of these EM rolls were not mineral, but like, bro. That was a 4-liner that turned into a 3-liner and rolled very meh. This one starts with even lower roll values, so that's a good sign. Double me. I had no doubles. Oh, okay. Bro, this is holy shit. This was close to a 40. Jesus Christ. All right then. See that? Look, this is why you engage with 4-line principle theory. You engage with the 4-line principle. Wuling battery provides 1600 power. Thank you. Then yeah, I will prior to setting this up, but I just don't have the space for it right now, and it made it tedious, so I didn't even consider it. And I was gonna do it when I. Or do battery production in general when I set up the next area. It was so close. Oh man, I would have been elated by having a. But by the way, also, those are fucking high rolls. Remember, this started with minimum crit rate roll. So was this 17.5 minus 2.7 divided by 4? Yeah, that was an average of 3.7. Like I think that was 3 max rolls and a high roll. What's the 4-line principle? That you generally speaking should roll 4-line pieces because this kind of shit might happen. This is now a higher CV timepiece than I had before in Shimenawas. So yeah. Now to be clear, it's not like incredibly higher. What is this? Like it's 22.6 plus 7.8. That's a 30. It's barely 30 just by high roll virtue. This is 35. That's pretty simple. But like unless I don't need the crit rate, I should be using this. So now hypothetically, what does a Vorka build look like? Because I want to know if I can throw away this piece in particular. I feel like I don't need this piece anymore. They're both high crit rate pieces. The only difference is, yeah, one has, I mean, it has more flat attack. I would have loved if the death roll went flat attack. Oh well. And then we would do off-piece goblet. Let's see. What weapon I am? Are we assuming the weakest weapon still? I guess. I don't know if we should assume the weakest weapon or not, but we'll check. Well, Serpent Spine first. 78. With Cryo Resonance up, this would be an additional. He'd be at 90, like 3% crit rate with Cryo Resonance. So this seems to be a good. Wait, this is a Pyro Goblet. He would either. Well, okay. Let's just. I mean, if we use attack goblet, we'll just throw an attack goblet on generically. Not my ridiculous. I mean, we could, but let's see. 7.8, 24. Actually, okay. You know what? Here, give this to you. Give Durin the higher ER piece. He needs ER. All right. Just equip this one for simplicity. I could equip the Nefa piece, but we'll just keep this for now. Yeah, there we go. Like Shimenawa, so this would be with cryo resonance now. He's technically overcap, but like overcap by 1% is the ideal overcap. Now, would like a better crit damage circlet still, because we just get 2 crit rate rolls from this, and that doesn't matter that much. And the ER rolls don't do much on Shimenawas, to say the least, but that's acceptable. This is with Serpent Spine though. If we do Muika weapon, now we're in a situation where cryo resonance gets us up to 85% crit. So yeah, and to be clear, I also still have the ability to do an attack goblet with more crit rate rolls, like this piece. So this gives me a very healthy, also this piece, so 15 crit rate or whatever. So this gives me a very healthy amount of adaptability for him on Shimenawas now. That kind of fixed my options for Shimenawas, I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, I can throw away this piece now. Sick. We actually got a Shimenawas improvement today. Insane. Strombox W. Now I would just want, if I get a crit damage circle with attack percent, even just attack percent alone, honestly, would be good enough. For like with using, right? Because if we use if we assume I'm getting his Sig weapon, which I think I might, and want to use Shimenawas, then I am, you know, overcapped with cryo resonance a little bit here. But also without cryo, like I don't have to be using, like, it's very possible, by the way, like in practice, that Shimenawa is just a really invested Shimenawa's build beats out the new artifacts on him in a lot of team contexts. Like if I put this goblin on him, and we assume I have like 2 attack percent rolls here, then even on a generic level, this is potentially just more stats, but slightly more RNG than his signature artifacts. So, I don't know. We'll see. But I want options for him. I just want options so I can adapt him, because that's what the interesting thing with Varka. So I think I still might chase getting... I'm probably going to strongbox Shimenawas a little bit and still might chase getting a better circlet. Just as an option. And actually, wait. We didn't check Cryo Goblet. What makes sense for Cryo Goblet here? Problem with Cryo Goblet is I think my best Cryo Goblet, please, is... What? Oh, there we go. Is my Skirk Goblet, which would still be very overcapped with cryo resonance. Hence part of the reason of a crit damage circlet with just a 4-line crit damage circlet that has like 20% attack would be great. And nothing else. But I have other goblets. I got 2 cryo goblets here. Oops, let's go. Put Skirk back on her goblet. Attack percent. Skirk sometimes uses attack goblet too, but... cryo goblet. Now, this is now less relevant now that I got this piece that has so much crit rate. Slightly weird situation I'm in. We have that equipped. Okay, just making sure. Yeah, let's see what happens if we'll end this with this. If the end of this is that I do have a compelling cryo Shimenawa's build for Mr. Duke, I will be happy. Nicole being a support for Alice, she's a support for Hexarai. I almost guarantee you. Like, Alice, I mean, maybe she will be a support for Alice, because Alice will probably be Hexarai too, but... whether or not that matters meaningfully will depend on what Alice's kit looks like. So, Nicole, we are quite confident based on the silhouettes they showed, Nicole is coming out before Alice, right? So, what am I doing? Alright, we want one of these goblets to roll hacking entirely into crit damage and attack percent. That's the goal here. Do we feed the Shimenawa's piece in? Do we commit? Do I feed these pieces in? Do I commit to no? Like what is the chance I want these for, Shivers? I think fairly low, to be honest. Because Shivers, I prefer this set on off-field damage dealers, right? Shivers can trigger the set, so yeah. And I don't care about our Neelys, so let's feed in these pieces. I mean, that one's technically the better one at a baseline, I think. I mean, for what it's worth, I don't have any cryo goblet that has more crit damage than this already. It's not that bad. It's not ideal. It's not that bad. I have no more fodder. The problem with having a bunch of level 20 fodder is I don't have not a level 20 fodder. Can I find... Honestly, it might seem weird. I don't think there's a reason to level that. It's a 3-liner. I have a really, really good Skirk Feather already. There's no reality where that rolls in a way that matters. Damn it. That one's weird. No. No. 3-liner, low roll. Attack ER. I mean, like a Scoffy, it sometimes just needs energy. Crit damage, HP. What a cleaning stream this is. Crit rate, ER, crit damage. On the crit rate set. Okay, first of all, is even one piece, is it going to get us there? It doesn't quite get us there. Frick. Okay, what about one of these level 6 pieces? Do I need this HP double crit goblet on the healing set? You know what, I don't think I do. Maybe a slightly waste of XP here, but we manifest a max crit damage roll from it. Alright, I'll take it. One bad roll and all like a low roll and attack percent and 3 max crit damage rolls. I'll take that. I'll take that. Easy. So that would mean my Cryo Vorka, which again, Cryo Goblet might not be that much better than Animo Goblet, or sorry, Animo, than Attack Goblet, because we're sacrificing Animo damage, but the idea is to use Shenhe, and to maximize Shenhe buff value, we want a little bit of damage bonus, and I think it'd be better, but it's something worth experimenting, and now I have the Goblet that lets me experiment with it. I'm down with that. There we go. And this is the perfect amount of crit rate with Cryo Resonance. We'd be at 99 crit rate with Cryo Resonance, too. So this is now a Shimenawa's build I'm quite happy with. So now if I want to improve it, I want to circle it, yeah, again, still. That has crit rate attack percent. So that is my target for improvement if I want to go further. Wow, alright. See, this is why we clean. This is why we clean, so we can feed artifacts into other artifacts we already had. And bam. Suddenly, we're looking better. We're looking better. We're looking up in the world. And now I have some flexible options, like maybe there's contexts where I might actually want to use this on Skirk too. So, yep. Sweet. For now, we will put her back on the other stuff. The more generic build. Most people will not end up switching goblets, switching Mr. Duke to like a Cryo Goblet or a Pyro Goblet. There are situations where that could be optimal, I think, but most of the time for simplicity, just use an attack. Just use an attack goblet. It'll save you some stress having to fuck around with builds constantly. But for me, part of the enjoyment of him will be trying to min-max his build around different team contexts like that. So, yeah. Anyways, also to be clear, if I give him my cracked goblet, this is disgusting. This is before. To be clear, this is an awkward situation here. I am overcapped with one min roll of crit rate already. So if I wanted to improve this build, it would be re-rolling this piece, but it kind of has to re-roll entirely into crit damage and not crit rate. So that's kind of weird. And therefore means maybe I just don't bother re-rolling it at all, because technically the rolls that aren't crit damage went into the ideal last stat already, in theory. So I've starred this, but like it probably doesn't actually make sense to reroll is my current thinking. Like this is about as good as the Varka build you could probably have on a generic attack crit build level. So, yep. Anyway, with his sig weapon, to be clear. Just minorly overcapped. And like, yeah, could have attack percent here, could have another attack percent roll here, whatever. Whoop-de-doop-de-doo. For now, though. Switch this back. Alright. Looking forward to see what I can do with the Duke. Crit to Skirk 1, how much would she get from Mona C6 and Cryoris? I mean, you can, generally speaking, aim with most Skirk teams, you can aim towards 100% crit rate. But if you're using a crit rate weapon, like overcapping crit can be a problem on 4-piece Martial Hunter. But like, if we assume you're using Martial Hunter because that's the resin efficient decision at minimum, not necessarily to getting a truly min-max situation, but you have 36 plus 5 plus cryo resonance. To be clear, cryo resonance usually requires using like if you're doing Mona, you're actually not getting cryo resonance probably most of the time. So we actually don't really need to factor in cryo resonance, frankly. So if you're using Mona C4, you're getting 15% crit rate, and it's only partial uptime too. But 36 plus 5 plus 15 at a baseline, right, is 56% crit rate. If you have like her signature weapon on top plus 22, you're at 78% crit rate. So you have a wiggle room of like 10 crit rate substats, or well, more like 8. So yeah. Well, no, more like, not as an 8 even. 8 times 8 low rolls. But yeah. So 5 to 8 crit rolls of wiggle room with her sig weapon on 4-piece Martial Hunter. But if you end up getting her sig weapon, that might be more reason to go for her signature artifact set. But it's still weird. Like, you still want an MH build for Skirk, and even with her sig weapon, in my opinion, because there are times where a lot of times the way to like, truly get value out of Skirk is you adapt your rotation and you like charge up Skirk's energy to do a burst and then start doing her normal attacks at the same time. Like while enemies are doing stall mechanics, you can build up extra energy to do that. That happens all the damn time. And her stupid fucking artifact set makes her lose all of her damage bonus if a burst hits, and if you do normal attack hits, it loses all the burst damage bonus. Which means for her burst or her normal attacks, if one of those happens in the same like rotation, it becomes a 2-piece no-piece set for part of her damage, not entirely. Like it's still just as good as 2-piece in the worst case, right? But or better than 2-piece. But it does mean, like, I have found in practice very often MH is better because of that factor. Less than, like, on the spreadsheet difference. Like, spreadsheet difference will be like, oh, MH is a little bit better, but, like, that's because spreadsheet difference is going to bias towards crit rate anyways. I would say in practice, you should actually bias towards the non-crit rate sets for truly min-max builds, at least. But Skirk's is a little weirder in that sometimes it's not because of spreadsheet, it's because of the fact that you are doing weird modal rotations where you're not getting this passive up on all of our damage contribution, and that makes it kind of bad sometimes. Not bad, but not great. And it means an equivalent investment MH build can definitely outperform. Also, C1 exaggerates that too for me. So, anyways. But yeah. Crit to Skirk 1, or sorry, no, I thought there was a new message, it was just Nightbot, threw me off. So yeah. Preferred exploration team. Lanyon, Redacted, Durin. But no, that's not necessarily true. I think my favorite exploration team probably would be Shunyun, Shilonin, and then just 2 strong enough damage dealers that I don't have to think about damage dealing. So like Arlecchino, Shunyun, it sounds stupid, right? But Arlecchino, Bennett, so I can get Arlecchino Bennett damage. Shunyun can do VV, and then Shilonin can do more shred. That'll be way more than enough damage to not have to worry about anything. And then you get you get vertical climbability with Shilonin, And then you get vertical and horizontal traversal with Shanyun. And you get plenty of healing options for, well, you don't heal on Arlecchino, but you can burst on Arlecchino and it'll be fine, right? Chaska Wanderer? No. I am a hater of Chaska and Wanderer for exploration. I think they're shit. Chaska is better than Wanderer, particularly on a does good damage level and does random elements of damage, so she's never going to encounter like an immune enemy, which is good. And she can oftentimes stay out of range and has good auto-targeting and whatever. Like, she's completely brain-dead to play for Overworld, which is good. She's not completely brain-dead in general, but... and for that reason, I think for a lot of players she's compelling. I don't think she is, because I think there's very, very, very few contexts that Chaska Wanderer are needed for their movement conjunction. They are jack of all trades for movement, master of none. I much prefer having characters like Shalonen or Shanyun that are still kind of jack of all trades in some ways, but much more, they are much more masters of certain kinds of movement. So, you know, like, yeah, like try getting up that ledge that fast with fucking Chaska or Wander. Like, you press E and then you have to like slowly float up and then do a dash, and then that's all your fucking energy. Meanwhile, Lanyang can go and dream on Chaska. And most of the time when you need to traverse something, it's usually just something like that. Like, frankly, Caesar's Lanyang is better than Chaska and Wanderer, in my opinion. But sometimes you'll need a little bit more height or whatever. Like, there's rare situations. Like, weirdly enough, the one area in the game that I felt meaningfully incentivizes me to use Chaska. I wonder if this is a coincidence. But I also feel like they went out of their way to make the bird feel like shit garbage to use. But this is the only area I felt meaningfully relevant to use Chaska. After I was done with this area, I never felt the need to use her again. So, but it's nice that it's all like having more characters in general that have exploration abilities is what the inherent thing should be, I think, because you do a lot of things in Overworld and Genshin, and the more characters that have random exploration abilities, the more likely it is you have characters that you actually want to play, that you like, that will assist you in exploring a little bit. That's good. Like, I think it's better that there's not like characters that have any crazy standouts, but. Yeah. Pull for exploration, pull for combat for me, yeah. Do I have the character for you? Nietzsche's wall climbing thing with his grapple is so good, yeah.
The best rattan furniture is made from strands that are smooth, thin, and strong like silk.
Do I think?
Furniture like that can be just as precious.
No,
as a
we'll leave that
silver
conversation.
family
We'll leave
heirloom.
that conversation in
That's
comparison.
No exaggeration.
It's no exaggeration. We'll leave the conversation of Varka's potential exploration utility till we actually have him. So, anyways, let's go to Polearms only quick. Turtle. By the way, I said a short stream. My short stream, I thought this was going to be like a 2 to 3 hour stream. I'm now at 4 hours. I think I should do the responsibles thing and say no Enfield stream. I need to actually stop. Take a short break and then record a video. Whoops. Wait, would they get upset at me at showing this? Wait, this would be funny. Sorry, you know what? This is going to happen eventually anyways. I'm not going to explain what this is because I don't think I'm supposed to. It's much more, it's extremely more, I'm not allowed to log into it and show you on a live stream, okay? And no, this is not Creator Server. Creator Server is a completely separate client, right? Because it has future version. So I can't really, but I'm going to show this accidentally at some point by eventually anyways, because I sometimes show the login screen because I forget. And I just showed I put a turtle up to be clear to make like the the white blight, blinding screen not show up. But like, this is funny having in my account list. It is very funny having this in my account list. I'm not gonna say what it's for. It's extremely boring. It's actually extraordinarily boring why that's there. It's the least interesting account that could ever exist, I would say. but it is funny. It is funny having a @mahoyo.com Genshin account on my login list. So, anyways, turtle back so I don't blind you. I wanted to see you struggle with your Perlica team. The problem, if I log in, this might become like a 2-hour stream where I get really distracted though. I'm a Hoyo double agent. Yep, true. I actually have worded Hoyo. This is why Genshin has all the problems it has, guys. I told you you could blame me. I am the source of all Genshin's problems. But no, I am not hired by them, and that is not my account. I was provided that account for a very specific, very boring reason that I didn't end up even using because, well, this is indirectly saying what the account was for, but the Millie Astro Wonderland video, I didn't end up having to use that account at all because Kiwi had the skin. So I was accidentally able to show the thing without needing an account to show the thing. So, yep, got a free Barca in there. No. Again, it's an extraordinarily boring account. It's the most boring Genshin account ever. So yeah. Resin, what are we doing? We're just doing whatever. I intended to, but oh my god, I somehow yapped and spent 3 hours cleaning up artifacts on my main account. I mean, I think we did good things, but like, that was part of the reason I streamed today, was I was like, you know what, this might take a while anyways, I should just stream it. But part of my intent was to do the, like, just the mini games of Lantern, right, on this account, but that ain't happening anymore today. Oh well. So, anyways, he has a huge jump. That's the only interesting thing I like in his kit. Yeah, he do be jumpy. Did I already read that comment? I might already read the comment. I don't know. My brain forgets sometimes. Streaming is such a weird stream of consciousness thing, pun intended. Like, to stream, I think you have to some extent, get used to yapping your thoughts. Like, you get really good at this really specific skill of speaking your thoughts out loud while also trying to not be completely stupid and just only saying the things that come to your mind immediately. But, like, you don't have the ability to I mean, it depends on what you're doing. Like, obviously, there's plenty of times where streamers, and me included, will shut up for once. Doesn't happen often, but it does happen. And obviously in that case, you know, then you can just normal speak a little bit more. But in general, it's very, like, weird stream of consciousness type things. And, like, my brain goes into completely... That's why I, like, struggle to even, like, try to do recorded videos and live streams. My brain's in a completely different mode when I'm streaming versus not. And, like, you know, we're not doing... Oh, wait. Here, let's show you the artifact situation on Polearms only. We'll do... March. Yeah, max level. Like, we have, so compared to my main account, we have 1,500 artifacts with way less characters. Like, look how many non-equipped artifacts there are, bruh. Look at the amount of burning set artifacts. Oh, God. It's so funny, honestly. Like, this is what I mean. It's like, if I really do need to find an artifact to throw away on this account to level up something, it's not hard. It's really not that hard. It's so funny. How much of my stuff is salvage right now? Quite a lot, but not that many. So, yeah, I have like literally 50% more artifacts total, because I just like don't actually have a reason to need to throw things away. But there's so many artifacts on here that, like, let's be real, are not really needed to be kept. Like, do I need this many Thundering Fairy pieces? Probably not. Probably not. So, anyways. Fascinating how streamers generally don't seem to run out of things to talk. Yeah, like, to be clear, if I start playing a game that I'm less familiar with, it's much harder to keep on yapping, because sometimes I don't actually have 100% thoughts, but it's very easy for me to just always speak my mind a little bit. And if I'm silent, it doesn't mean I'm not thinking, it just means, like, I think my thoughts are not worth saying at all. Like, they're boring. So, yeah. Oh wait, no, I was gonna save my standard wishes on this account. For the really crapshoot off chance of, you know, next patch, right? I can wish on standard banner, and there's a very, very small chance of getting any Eat Lua. And then I can be like, hey, I didn't skip him, guys. But then I don't need to risk my pay. That's my logic.
Now you shall perish.
Made you start streaming. I had a YouTube video that took off, and I felt like streaming was more an ideal for me, and how I was a yappy boy. I knew I had a lot of things to talk about, and I don't know. It was just the natural thing to try to do. And then it went from there. And I do prefer streaming, I think, at a baseline versus making edited videos. I think I'm... Which is to say, I don't know, it's an easier job, I guess. But also is just, I think, more inclined to how I be. But I do think I'm really bad. I'm much worse at, like, trying to properly, like, rely on streaming alone for a living kind of thing. So I'm certainly not giving up making edited videos anytime soon is my intent. No. Well, you know what? No, it's fine. We can farm this a little bit. But yes, I can indeed yap about yapping. So yeah, I'm fine with farming this artifact domain for a second, simply because I didn't want to farm this domain while I was farming out my main account. So if I return this domain, I will stop farming it again. I have decided that I hate farming the same artifacts on the same account. So, yep. But it would be... I should have really used a Flint Steam Boy. Yeah, this domain is really annoying and kind of overly tedious. It's fine, to be clear, as a strong team, but... Anyways, I'm not gonna reset. It's not worth it. What's the thing? Oh yeah, so for Inefa, I do think it is worth trying to get Inefa on this artifact set in this account. But not, like, crazy worth. Brap. Gripping themselves incredibly annoying. Hey, thank you for gripping. I should really be trying to do the 3NC plus N4 combo. I should be practicing that more. But I don't know, because I at this point I kind of feel like it's not feasible for me to ever do 6N1C, so why bother? Your yab is what makes my streams enjoyable. Yep, I kind of figure that's the only reason people watch my streams. For whatever reason, they like my yap. Will I go live for a special program? Yes, that's part of why I do not want to stream for 17 hours. Because we will be streaming again in, like, less than 12 hours, I believe. Yapping cats, exactly. Drink water. Will do. Will do. Well, I mean, that's a Cryovarca piece. But not an important one. Well, okay. This set is not exactly useful right now. Only. So double crit mineral EM. Yeah, that exists. It exists. Yep. Okay, hopefully I will schedule the stream, at least the stream for the reacting to the Vorka announcement, because that's, I don't know, what is it actually, what is it even going to contain? It's going to be Varka, it's going to be, here's the events. What else are they going to talk about? Astra editions? Like, there's almost no content next patch. I mean, there's this, they're going to talk about story quests, Varka. Okay. I have good enough artifacts at this point on my main account that I'm not upset about getting this kind of piece. Like that's why it's good that I waited to farm this for now. I'm only gonna be upset if I get like, you know, the god tier piece of like a, you know, 45 CP with attack percent, whatever kind of thing. Yeah, banner sequence. I don't know. It's gonna be such a boring stream. I think it's gonna be like a normal dead patch Genshin stream, but. Maybe again, well, I don't know. Unless Spark is free, then it'll be one for the history books. The only time Genshin Impact ever. Hello? The only time Genshin Impact ever gave away a free character.
There is no escape.
And again, I think the only real cope is maybe that will happen because they might talk about a Steam release, and Varka might be free to like promote a Steam release to try to get people to play the game. But boy, is it a filler patch overall, I would say. Yeah. Lohan in the background, yeah, they'll probably. Okay, I mean, actually, okay, sorry, I thought this was the other set for a second. That is the relevant piece. Is that good enough to be an Anefa piece compared to my quite good Gilded Dreams build? Probably not. But you never know. I do think it had to have like at least EM or attack percent or whatever. But you never know. Why do I not even have the set selected? Also, I haven't actually properly taken a look. I really should go check on the damage dummy. It's possible 4-piece tenacity because of the fact that I have a C3 Flins, right? The higher investment your Flins is, the more likely it is that just buffing Flins more is better than like buffing Anefa. And I don't have a Columbina to uplift Anefa's power level, right? I don't have a Sucrose to uplift Columbina's, or sorry, uplift her power level. It's very possible, even with the new artifact set, that tenacity is better, and I should really go check that before I spend too much resin here, but that's fine. Worse. Oh, frick. I keep forgetting. We need to level characters for theater. Frick. Oh, okay, next. If anyone's here with polearms only next time, please remind me to go farm for theater. Wow. Incredible. HP me. Frick you. I want HP. Alright, well that's an artifact. Okay. Don't want filler patches. The new overworld patch is keeping me busy. Yeah, I think it's fine to have filler patches. I'm just like, as far as like partaking in watching the live stream for the next version, it's probably going to be a pretty boring live stream. Unless there's something interesting about it. We'll see. But yeah, so probably some preview of Linnea and whatever they plan. I have no idea what the heck the story content is going to be next patch. I assume it's something focused on Vorka. And some ordeal the Knights of Avonius will have to go through. Like, the crisis is averted at Nogcry, but the Knights of Avonius now have another crisis on their hands, and it's an excuse for why the hell they're still in Nogcry. I assume there's a like reason for them to leave Nogcry, technically. Also, by the way, side note, if anyone hasn't spent any meaningful amount of time in the Favonius Keep area, the music here at different times of the day is freaking great. Like, you might not have noticed it if you only came here like briefly for like the quick quest or whatever. What? Why did it stop? Oh, because the time changed. Oh, it's changing at nighttime. I see. Talk to Varka. Speaking of Varka boy. Hey, does it have nighttime music? I swear there's like 3 or 4 different songs that play here. Yeah, no, this is just a nighttime song. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably do Enfield stream. Maybe I'll just do a dedicated Enfield stream on Sunday. Oh yeah, so here's just like the random like music that's just good for. Oops. Generic, like, you know, like, this is good music, but there's another song that's much better, I think, after this. Don't you feel it feels like the never-ending story 3? Yeah. Also have people sing the song You Hear the City, yeah. Oh fuck, god damn it. No.
Covering the north, so we'll have Laurent take.
Hi. Hi Varga. I look forward to acquiring you, but not right now.
Honorary knight? Not at all. Though
Okay, well,
not many
let's go find someone to raid. Bye, you two.
Most are out patrolling.
I'll
Be told,
let Varga finish his, yeah.
it is a bit of a ghost town.